welcome back to the final day of the African Esports Championship, where we decide who goes to Riyadh later this year. My name is Kowo, and I've got the man with the radio voice right next to me. How are you doing, Felix?
I'm doing amazing. Thank you so much for the compliment. That's one way to start it off.
That came out of nowhere, no? You don't do that usually.
It did. But I could get used to it. We have so much to talk about. So many teams that still have an amazing chance to go to Riyadh. I'm saying so many teams, but essentially it's 5. We're going to get to that in a minute. It's been one hell of a day yesterday. We didn't think it was going to be possible after day 2. We said it's going to be essentially 2 teams in the running for Riyadh throughout the rest of the tournament. Yeah. Little did we know, Mauritius went a hell of a comeback. They've made it up to 121 points. Yeah.
5 points behind.
I had to look again because I still cannot fathom how much they've pulled back on that second day.
They had a really, really good day.
Yeah.
Egypt had a really, really good day. Egypt right now in first. And Morocco is the only one who really dropped the ball a little bit. They didn't have a bad day either. Let's not get that confused. They won the first game, but for their standards, it wasn't as good as they would wanted it to be. And that leaves us with Morocco now only 5 points ahead of not qualifying. And I think it's fair to say that's been upset, and especially for them. They were coming into this with confidence. Everybody else had confidence in them. And right now, they're going to be sweating a little bit.
They're going to be sweating a little bit. We talked to plenty of the teams. We can start off with Nigeria. We even talk to Mali, Tunisia. Not everyone is believing. I'm not going to say who is and who isn't. That's not my place to say. But not everyone is believing. Morocco indeed is in deep, deep trouble from at least what the players are saying. Mauritius, a team that we didn't know that. They're not playing many online tournaments, because of the ping difference. But they are playing a hell of a lot of offline tournaments, which I didn't know. Honestly, obviously, I'm not too familiar with the Mauritius region. I live somewhere very, very far away. So these guys also not only, obviously, are not playing online tournaments with the rest of Africa as much, which means it's hard to kind of predict how they're playing. But they're also having a lot of experience offline, which is another advantage that they have on other teams. And that combined with their attitude that we've got to know now. Yeah. Being incredibly enthusiastic about qualifying to Riyadh, really wants to go through, is kind of like the third advantage that I have written down in my books that these guys will be having going into the day.
I also love it because when you talk to these teams, you get very different pictures and very different ideas of what's going to happen today. The main thing that draws throughout multiple teams is everybody saying we have to wait and see how the first 3 games go, and then we can adapt. If you're Nigeria, you have to see, do we start off really hot and maybe something miraculous could happen, or are we going to end up playing for 3rd, maybe for 4th place? If you're a Mauritius, it's more about, they were saying, it's more about how the lobby plays. We tried to adapt yesterday. It didn't really work at first, and we had to sort of switch it up through the day. Yeah. And we're ready to do that again. What's up, Mr. Water Guy? Thank you. And
that's what I'm always scared of happening to me when I walk through esports events.
Yeah,
like, is there
crippling anxiety. Is there cameras looking at me somewhere? Yeah. Leaderboard. And interesting stories to unpack. Obviously, it's the 5-point difference between 2nd and 3rd. Obviously, it's Egypt completely running away with it yesterday. Great day. I almost said flawless. It wasn't flawless at all, but a great day yesterday. And then they said they're still playing for 1st here, and they are going to make sure that they're getting 1st here. But Morocco said the same thing. Morocco said, we want to win this thing. We don't just want to qualify.
Yeah. Then again, it's a completely different story for them, right, on the overall leaderboard. If I'm Egypt going into this one, and I honestly went up to them and saying, like, I said good luck, and I also said, you don't really need it, do you? And he's like, no, we need good luck. Like, there's no way in hell this is done for us. So they are convinced there's potential for upset here, even in that 1st place area, which is crazy because, as we said, like, there's the storyline of Morocco Mauritius that do you really go for 1st place now if you're not safely qualified for the World Esports Championship at the end of the year? Yeah.
And there's one thing that I want to point out at the top of the leaderboard here before we move on to lower tier teams. We have a 42-point difference between Egypt and Morocco, and we've played 2 days, right? So Mauritius, they're roughly on a 60-point per day sort of trajectory.
Yeah.
Morocco is on very slightly above 60 points per day, 63 points per day, and they have to make up 42 points. That is absolutely mental, and that is not something you would ever expect to happen, even if you're a Moroccan fan. This is not really what you're counting on. You need a miracle to make that happen, but qualification is still massive.
And we also said that the further this tournament goes, the more impact these differences will have on the overall leaderboard situation, because if you have 6 chances left, kind of closing the distance on 40 points is something completely different than if you have, let's say, 9 left, which was what we had yesterday, right?
Exactly.
There was this argument that we had, and I was way off. Well, I said, please tell me, how big do you think the difference between second and third is going to be going to the last 6 games? You said 20, I said 30. We were kind of the realm of maybe we're going to meet somewhere in the middle. How much is it now? It's 5 points. It's 5. That's ridiculous. Yeah. And that is a point difference where I'm saying that's nothing in a best of 6.
No.
But 40 points really is. Like
40 points really is.
Especially if that's the first place team. It's not like the 8th team. It's like a top 8. It's a top 1. And a top 1 team, they're not there by coincidence. They're there because they consistently point. So I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't think so. I honestly don't believe.
And that's the problem as well when you move further down the scoreboard, right? You're saying, it's exciting to see what Madagascar can do today. It's exciting to see what Nigeria can do today. But Madagascar itself is 40 points behind third. There's a big, big gap on that scoreboard right after third place. And then the gaps slowly start shrinking. 15 for Nigeria, that's not a whole lot, but almost 40 for Madagascar to catch up. Again, crazy things need to happen today, but we've had a lot of crazy things happen throughout the last 2 days. We've had Tunisia coming in with 13
Egypt winning half the games. We haven't even touched on this.
Egypt is winning almost everything. Tunisia came in with 13 points on day 1, and now they're suddenly up there in 6th. Madagascar, similar story for them. They had a really bad day. They had a very mediocre day 1, and suddenly they're up there in 4th. So we've seen crazier things happen, and I'm hoping for more of that today.
Tunisia especially. I asked about what is your kind of game plan going into today, and they said they're going to try and play, and this has been the same for plenty of teams, Nigeria as well, especially for the teams out there. They said they're going to try to play the first 2 games as perfectly as possible, and then they'll kind of reset, look at the scoreboard situation, and realize, hey, how realistic is it getting to 2nd place? How realistic is it getting to 3rd place? Because you still have 5K up for grabs, even in 3rd place. So maybe you go for the consolidation prize, but instead of literally like $5,000 instead of going risky and potentially losing that 3rd spot if you're in closing distance to it.
At some point, you got to start being realistic. You don't have to start the day off saying we have no chance, but at some point you will have to make that cut, and every team is going to have a different cut-off for that. For Tunisia, I think as well, they're going to be okay with a 3rd place. They had a really bad day 1 because they had to sub out one of their players, right? And we were talking to them. They were saying, like, we have had 1 month of practice. A lot of these other teams are rosters that have played together for years. It's hard to compete. And we've talked about this a lot yesterday. They have super nice early games, mid-game transitions. They just kind of fumbled a lot of late games. And those small mistakes have cost them a lot of points. They could be in where Madagascar is right now, and then we'd be talking about them a little bit differently as well.
Tunisia as well. I asked them straight up. I'm gonna give you guys the juice. I asked them straight up, who do you think is going to qualify? And they said Morocco and Egypt will make it. They said Morocco will pull through. One of the few teams that gave me like a direct answer, and they were in like split between maybe Mauritius can pull back, and I actually think it's kind of like 50-50. No, they said Egypt and Morocco will go through. One of the few teams that were like straight up believing in Morocco, which I thought was interesting. Once again, I went into this last day as well, despite there only being a 5 points difference. I'm still more convinced just because of how big the rounds were from Morocco in comparison to the ones from Mauritius, which, yes, they did have that one big round. I think it was a 15-16 kill dinner or something. But that's kind of been like the only real showing, right? Morocco had more. They have more extremes, but the extremes were kind of like bigger than the ones from Mauritius. So I'm still kind of believing in Morocco a little bit more. So yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, Tunisia as well, one of the biggest comebacks, obviously, on day 2. I want to see them perform today again. And they're same story. I'm not sure if I said it before. They're probably gunning for 3rd place. They're going to wait and see the first 2 games. Yeah. If they make miraculous things happen, you said it before. Whoever takes that first dinner, I hope it's going to be I hope it's going to be some country from like 3rd to 7th. Yeah. Because for them, it's going to be possible afterwards. If they get a big dinner, everything gets possible again. Yeah.
We have a bit of a rehost going on, so we'll have to entertain you guys a little bit longer than usual. But I think we have plenty to talk about, and like you said right there, we're hoping to get this close. But I think I'm already happy. Last day we were talking all about how we wanted to get this tournament to be close when it comes to contention, and Mauritius has done us that favor. And I mean, I think your point is essentially that Morocco was a little bit more crazy in the rounds where they performed, but the other side of the coin is Mauritius was way more consistent than Morocco was, right? Like, yes, they've had lower highs, but they've also had higher lows, and I think it's going to come down to pretty much like mindset and mentality on the last day, how they get into this, how confident they are, how much they can get the nerves under control.
I hate to hear that. When I hear mindset coming, like when casters talk about mindset, usually I, as next player, and you as well, we keep on cringing, but
it's true.
Now that we're in front of the camera, right? It's like, it's actually true because we've been on both sides to some degree, right? I've realized that as a player as well. It's bigger than you might think. And I used to watch professional sports, and I'd always be like, surely these guys are professional at this point. It doesn't make that much difference, but it doesn't matter how professional you are. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it's not something you can just tell yourself and be like, oh, I want to go into today confident.
It's not like a switch.
It's not something you can just turn on, and it's not something that even a coach can turn on in the players.
No.
It's not something you can get from the outside. It's just a little bit of how you react to the pressure. And what we talked about earlier was interesting, right? Where you said Mauritius, they've had a lot of LAN events. They've played offline a lot. They might just be thriving a little bit more in this environment. And I said it before, I think the pressure is way higher on Morocco than it is on Mauritius, because a lot of people are expecting Morocco to perform here. A lot of people want to see them at the World Esports Championship. They got 4th last year, right? They really performed there. Fallen flat now to a country like Mauritius that hasn't really made big strides on the international scene. That's going to hurt, especially in front of a Moroccan crowd.
We're going to get started any minute now, ladies and gentlemen. Just bear with us. It's, as we said, a quick rehost, but we'll get things going. We had incredibly smooth games yesterday, so I'm hoping that's not going to happen today. Maybe one of the phones crashed. Doesn't matter now, because that's going to mean, as you said, a little bit more time to prepare for all of these teams, get into the groove of things, and especially from the Moroccans, which we have there in 3rd row, the ones in the middle, as you can see right now. That's going to mean getting into the last bits and last bits of talking points, I guess, on how they really want to play today. These guys, I've talked to them as well just now, a couple of minutes ago. They said biggest problem is long time since they played. It's been a year since essentially these guys played together, and not only that, but just individually as well. It's been some time since they had that last big international tournament. So yes, you might argue it might come back during the duration of the tournament, but that's not really what we've seen on day 2, right? Yes, they've obviously practiced for it and performed and all that stuff on day 1, but you would think they were going to get better and better, get back to their old form. They haven't quite done that yet.
No, not yet, but then again, I mean, they're a weird one for me, because like you said, their highs are so high, but in a lobby like this, I would expect them to be a little bit more consistent. They've also met Egypt a lot, and they've been getting ruined by that, so it's been really that two-way fight at the top, and that's really hurt them, but I expected a little bit more from them, and I think a lot of people did. But I don't know. I have no idea who's going to make it today. I have no idea who's going to qualify. I think we can safely say that Egypt is going to get 1st here today. It would be crazy if they don't. And it would require an absolute lack of performance from them that we haven't seen at all. Just to put that into perspective, right? They would need to get like a 10-point day or something along the likes, as they've been getting. What is their average right now? 84 points a day, something like that. It's completely mental.
Yeah.
That's something that I'm not too worried about. Everything else on the scoreboard, I have no idea how it's going to go down. And like the teams are saying, 1st match, 2nd match is going to mean a whole lot, because after that, it will get crazy.
It is. The first 2 matches will be incredibly impactful. Whoever takes these, as we said, even a team from like 3rd to, I want to say 7th, not quite sure about the 7th, maybe 6th, depending on how big that run really is. If Senegal really just demolishes the lobby, gets like 15 frags, it's going to get possible for them as well. But it needs to happen in the very first round, as opposed to a team like Madagascar, obviously, who, if they have a big round, they can immediately just pop up there.
One interesting thing that we haven't talked about at all is how other teams can affect what happens on the leaderboard, right? And that's something I think is really interesting. When you have a team like Egypt that we would say is almost safe, especially if they play a decent 1st game, a decent 2nd game, they said as well, we're going to start really try-harding and see that we lock in that 1st place, and then we can do whatever we want. They have a chance to just play decider a little bit and see,
definitely.
Do we want Morocco to go to World Esports Championship with us, or would we rather have Mauritius? And I thought, coming into this, they said, we kind of have a hot drop with Morocco, but we dissolved that amicably.
Yeah.
That would be a motivation to say, we don't want you at the World Esports Championship because we want that loot spot. But they said, we don't really care. These guys are our friends. We're going to play our best game, and we don't want to play any of these shenanigans that we maybe would be in the position to do.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how Madagascar performs today. I haven't really talked about Madagascar yet, but that is the top 4 theme. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into the first game of the 3rd day here at the African Esports Championship. Obviously, we had a couple of minutes of delay, but we're getting into it right this very second. The first one. We said how important this one is. We said how important the second one is. That it starts off on Sanhok is not to the advantage of absolutely anyone. We're going to have to wait and see how these teams perform and deal with that little bit of randomness that we have going on. Yet again, it is 14 teams only, and that does make Sanhok a whole lot more competitive.
It does make it a little easier to find yourself a spot on the map, a bit of loot to claim your own, but we've seen it in the past. It's not always that easy, right? It's not always as simple as just figuring out where to drop and dodging everybody else around you. Some teams have also said they love a bit of early contention, Mauritius being one of them. They were actively looking for fights, and they will now realize, hey, we have that whole bootcamp area for ourselves. But they still leave Faker in danger close here to Painan. So he's a little bit interested in what South Africa is doing just below him, but no real hot drop to speak of.
It's time to make history for some of these teams. It's an historic moment in time, the first International African Esports Championship. And we're going to crown the winner today. All these teams still have the chance to potentially come back. Very few have the chance to catch up to Egypt, just from a mathematical point of view. But it is about more than that. It's about so much more. It's about growing the esports scene. It's about making sure all of these overlooked regions, especially in the Pubg Mobile esports scene, but just generally in esports, will find a footing on the global stage. And now Iesf is making sure exactly that happens as we are heading into the first game once again. Djibouti, this is one of the first times we've not seen them contested in the early stages of anything. So I'm excited to see how this one is going to work. It's a relatively good circle for them. They will find entries. Question only is, last time they tried to find entries, they were gate-kept by Morocco. And I'm interested to see if Morocco is going to do the same thing here.
Morocco has been doing that on Sanhok very effectively and very consistently. They've been camping that bridge. They loot east of the bridge. They've been camping it. And at this point, everybody that loots west of the island should know that that is a threat, that is a possibility. But like I said it before, I like to see it, and especially the fact that it's worked twice really goes to show that they know what they're doing. And it's always good when teams think a little bit outside of the box. Think a little bit outside of, okay, what's the best position in the circle we can play? How do we set up? How do we get there? Sometimes ruining someone else is just the points you're going to get, and I love to see that Morocco is almost the only team that's really actively going for these camps, but they're pulling them off.
Mauritius. I'm so excited to see these guys play. It's what a monumental performance for them up until this point.
Yeah.
I underestimated them heavily going into this tournament. I didn't think they'd honestly, I didn't think they'd have any chance, but I was severely uneducated by the looks of it. I was severely uneducated. I'm so surprised by the way they play. They're playing Pubg Mobile on the very highest of levels, and deservingly so are in third place. These guys, we've heard stories about these guys sitting in the bus with other players, and they couldn't talk about anything else but these games.
Yeah.
Incredibly enthusiastic. They were solely focused on this from start to finish, from getting to the hotel to preparation to obviously food, beverages, everything optimized to the smallest of details to make sure they perform as best as they can today. It's all about representing their country. And if they would go to Riyadh, my goodness, imagine Mauritius being at the global stage of the World Esports Championship later this year. Who would have thought that they'd have a chance?
Who would have thought, especially when you've seen how Morocco was able to do last year. But we have the first bit of action on our hand. It's Egypt versus Senegal, and Mighty, I think, has no idea. Again, is walking up.
I don't think he has.
Unleashed with the QBZ. He's coming around the corner. The damage is good, but he doesn't really connect here, Felix.
No, he doesn't, but he's going to get the second chance. Again through the window, but now the player is really close, and he's got the shotgun in hand as well. This might come down to a 50-50 duel. Just one shot from the DBS is needed. Mohammed on the other side, though, takes down Mighty and sold us again. It's a quick double to open it up, and Egypt, just like that, have almost safely secured themselves 2 points.
Oh, it's a messy start, but at least they close it up there towards the end. Big from Mohammed as well, from the off angle, really helping out, relieving some of that pressure, making sure that, again, is not outnumbered there. It's a messy start. The Ironside not really helping him to connect all too much, but he does get it done. Senegal, they have to go and lick their wounds here. I think it was Mighty who got away, but it's only 2 left standing, and that's going to really, really hamper them on Sanhok. Tunisia on the other side of things, they're not starting off well. They're losing 2 members here, Knock and Flush. It's
a quick down. Azama is looking to support it. Never mind, it's actually Falcon. He's not knocked just yet. Somalia is still down to 3 players, though. And in the meanwhile, it's going to be Skirp, the IGL of Tunisia, going down in the distance as well. This is falling apart for Tunisia. This is a really tough fight. You can see there's another team approaching towards the northern side of it as well. It's Mali.
This is a mess if you're in Tunisia right now. They're stuck in between 2 teams. They know about it as well. They've already taken casualties from both, but they want to finish this fight now as quick as they can. At least take out one side of the equation. At least give themselves a bit of cover to work with. They're getting behind the rock now. They've got the knock. They've got the flush. First aids will come through, but this is not over yet. Mali, they've completely turned a new page in the book yesterday where they started being crazy aggressive, and they're looking to do more of that now.
They've got another chance to do so. 2 players right in front of them. Nade chimes in, takes him down to 50 HP. Chala almost being taken down just by that one single nade. But it's not quite enough as the players are continuously approaching. Second nade hits in target though, and Chala hits the ground. It's just Hammer left standing. He doesn't even realize there's a player to his left. Never mind me, he does. What a quick turnaround, and he's going to be taken down too. Momo loses its life. That should not have happened in any circumstances. And just like that, it's down to a 1-on-3.
Big flush to get, but the off angle is there, and it is Mali that closed it out. Tunisia, they wanted to start things off strong. They said they wanted to clean up some of their mistakes. It's not meant to be in round 1. Mali, excuse me, looking to do more damage as well. They want to get Somalia out of this as well, and they have all the angles they need. I'm not sure where the second player is, though. There, he was in the distance, Ali. He might have a complete off angle. I don't think Karamogo has any idea this is happening.
I don't think so either. It could be a massive, massive lurk. And it looks like Falcon, he's got somewhat of an angle to potentially see him, but he might just be out of view distance. Actually, never mind me. I don't think that FOV is going to be enough. Falcon has no idea. This should be a clean pickup. Yeah. It should be 2 shots right away. Falcon gets taken down. What a lurk coming in from Karamogo. Really positions himself nicely towards that southern side of it. And, man, honestly, the more I look at this has been a perfect lock. He had absolutely no idea. What a play coming out. And the rest of the players baiting as well, making sure that he doesn't have any idea there's a player to his left.
It's just rough as well that Ali's not able to help there. Maybe even thought that Ali had the angle for him. Maybe even thought the cover was there from the squad. But in the end, the setup is not good enough. And it's a really, really good lurk, like you said, coming out of Mali. Getting themselves a bunch of early frags. Circle's about to come on in. We're shifting towards Painan, towards that quarry area. We've seen the zone before. We've seen Morocco get away with a crazy, crazy win we would never expect it. Yeah. But look where Morocco is now, and look who's coming their way. Madagascar is cruising into what might be open arms here.
But I don't think that bridge camp is as good as the one they've had against Djibouti.
No.
I don't think they're quite as ready. They're not camping at the bridge itself. Exactly. They're camping at the compounds right next to it, which means maybe they haven't really quite expected Madagascar's timing of this one. Next rotation comes on through from Senegal as well, Ghana as well. And even though a couple of shots have been landed on the vehicle, have connected, no one's been shot out. No damage has been dealt either, so that rotation should have gone through quite nicely. A rotation that you see very rarely on Sanhok with these types of vehicles, especially coming in from the eastern side, because these bridges are just really tough to cross. But this time around, it has worked. And that's also down to the fact that you have 14 teams, just less on the south side happening as well. And that's a good spot that Ghana's just found.
And we're essentially down to 12 teams as well. We have a Somalian solo, and we have Tunisia already going out. So there's a bit more space here that you would usually have. But damn, that's got to feel good if you're Egypt right now, right? Starting the day off like that, 3 frags before phase 2 even pops. Showing us time and time again that they deserve to be where they are and that they will not be taken down. Ghana now, they have to think about how they want to approach this from the south. And they have a bit of time to do so, but they don't have a whole lot of space. What is that? Kenya getting run over. They're in the compound. Senegal, they're trying to do close business with this. Ethiopia, I don't know, does he have a teammate close by? Yes, he does. Should be a 2 versus 1 in the building at least, and they do win it out. And they do close it out. The Kenyan Warriors, they're playing under massive disadvantage, but they keep showing us nice signs of life.
45 points. It's more than just a show of life. It's more than just a show of life. I think it's, I don't know how to call this. 45 points as a 3-man going into this tournament.
Yeah.
If there be a 4-man, you cannot imagine the amount of advantages of having a 4-man is. Like, it's more than just, let's think about potentially doubling their points. It's more than that. Even doubling their points would mean they'd be in 4th place immediately.
Yeah.
Man, I want to see these guys back at the next Iesf African Esports Championship with a full 4-man, because I'd be surprised if they wouldn't be in top 5.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard to judge this, right? And it's so hard to really explain how much you're missing out on by not having a 4th player. But it's not just 25% of the points. Jay finds one of Egypt, instantly flushed as well. Kenya is not stopping. There's a trade now for Egypt. They know that this is a weakened team. They know they have the power in numbers, but look at that. The trades are good. Utopia, what is that?
Are you kidding me, Utopia? And he's got the chance for more as well. UMP in hand. Arthur jumps over. He almost takes down Arthur as well. But now the support comes in. Mohammed takes him down. And we were talking about it. Imagine that would have been a 4th player. But oh my lord, this fight is far from over. Morocco chimes in. This is top 1 and top 2 on the compound right this very second. And it's down to get into dangerous territory for both of them. As Lazy's trying to find the shot. It's S12K against S12K. It's using DBS actually in Lazy's hand. as he pops out the nade. Carryman has one as well. It's not going to find anyone just yet. It's going to remain a 4-3. Look how much time he's wasted. Arthur's back to have revived Krone, so it's back to 4-3.
Somehow they get the res there. The Sharks are swelling blood in the water, but it's far from over. It's a full reset coming out for Egypt. Mohamed somehow buying them enough time to get the res on out. Now the utils coming on in, and this is not what Morocco would have wanted. They wanted to close this before it even started. Now they have to sweep around the buildings. Yes, they are outnumbering them, but we've seen that before, Alex.
Yes, we have. Who's going to get that first frag? It's going to be so massively important. Lazy's trying to find the shots. He pre-fires the door frame perfectly, but no one's really there to greet him. And now that Lurk is trying to come in. Carryman, he's kind of peeking this. He knows there's a shotgun on the other side, so he's not quite overcommitting just yet. Smart play. They know they have the man advantage. It's just a matter of time until someone from Egypt overcommits just a tiny bit, and that's what they're waiting for once again. They're taking things slow. No one else is there to third-party them, which also makes sense in that instance.
There's the knock. There's one for Egypt. Lazy's the one taken down. Not what you want if you're Morocco right now. Yes, nobody's third-partying, but the circle doesn't give them a whole lot of time to work with. Carryman goes down as well. Senkai with the nades. He can't do all that work. Marshall finds a trade, and it's Senkai with the shotgun. Keeps Morocco in it. They're not out of this.
They're not out of this one by any means whatsoever. 3 frags being picked up. That's all the 3 from Egypt, obviously. So 129 points, but Egypt, in the meanwhile, they've up until this point where that fight happened, have already not only taken down Kenya, but other players as well. So that means they're up to 173 points. So the big storyline, despite them taking out first place, has still got to be Morocco, Mauritius. It's just too big of a difference. So you have the next fight coming up. Madagascar still very much in the running for this as well. One good nade could take down Ali. He's the last player, but Ali as well.
Doesn't have a nade.
Good nade as well. Could finish this one off. Slay, what a lurk! What is that position? Slay saves his team. Very unfortunate for Ali to not have any nades there in this instance.
He has
he could have taken down 3 players
that would have been massive. Yeah, that would have been so big. Madagascar, they don't know what they've just escaped, but they've gotten themselves a kill and a bit of a timing window now to get into play zone. I say that they still have to make the move. Mauritius on the other side, they're holding down their edge. They're hiding on out. They're being creepy, sneaky about this. And they're maybe hoping to catch some free frags, especially when a team like Morocco comes in without a whole lot of information, without a whole lot of idea who's in front of them.
Lucifer looking to the distance. He must have spotted Nigeria there. I think that's what he's aiming for as well. But no one's really being taken out just yet. It seems to be a rather slow phase 3. I'm saying that Morocco is getting right back into the groove of things. Oh, he crashed against the tree, I think. I think that must have been a rotation mistake. He's still being taken down. Marshall, he's there to support. But it's still, who was that? I think Carryman still went down.
Carryman knocked and flushed. No. That's bad news for Morocco. Marshall knocked as well. It's Momo with the shotgun on the window frame. He's doing big work. Look at this. Senkai's 1 HP. Lazy is only half. They're both just bullets away. A few pellets come in the right direction would decide this fight. Would put Morocco back into the lobby. And you can see this now spotted out. The push is coming in. The trades should not be good enough. And Morocco's out of it.
Just like that. It's turned around again, and look who's still alive. Mauritius, full former, and they've got the northwestern side of it all to themselves. They could catch up. They could catch up very easily if they find a good spotting in this one. And I think they will. They've got all the information to play off of this. They know that South Africa has been weakened in that fight too. They're not a full format anymore, and that's kind of like the next step you want to take on rotation, right? Get into the city, because there's no real place outside of it. And yes, that ending might be happening towards the northern side of it, but either way, you're going to find a footing in this one. Pubg finds himself a quick rotation frag. It's finished going down. That means Mali also down to just 2 players. And Madagascar still very much in the run for this as well. One of the few teams, apart from Djibouti, Ghana, and Mauritius, with the entire squad still alive.
Solid position for Madagascar as well. They have to get this reses back on up, though. Djibouti on the other side. They're fighting off. They're looking to have cleared what remains of Ghana there. A few knocks towards them as well. Shy Boy is the one that's still crawling. This is exactly what Mauritius is hoping to do here, Alex. They were saying after they won, hey, we can't just play a slow game while these other teams are farming points, but that hasn't really worked on day 2 at all, because the big 2 teams were killing each other constantly. Egypt, Morocco, they were constantly in each other's hair, and we see that now again. And Mauritius, just playing a slow positional game, has just given them the best chance ever to not only equalize, but even pull past Morocco in second.
8 points. 8 points right now. And look, the next fight, I think it might just be coming up. It's Nigeria as a 2-man. Walking straight to Mauritius, but Mauritius, somehow they're realizing this might happen. They've got the perfect setup for it. Faker is down behind a tree, and he's proning. He's just watching the sidelines, the ridge lines right above him. And now the rest of the players are coming in as well. I think they know that these players are right in front of them, and they're just waiting for the backup to arrive to potentially get an entry towards Nigeria. This is shaping up to be a good wipe, a good kill potential situation for Mauritius. And I think it's a matter of time at this point until it happens.
They don't want to step on the snakes. They want to make sure that they know what they're stepping into. This is risky now from Faker. He's a little bit far ahead. Look at the whole squad proning, but Faker is so far on an island. Sean's about to stand up and knock him. Surely winning out on that one. Instantly flushing as well. Doesn't really get the damage in just yet. Now the rest of the team has to activate, though. They have to play for this. They have to be active and aggressive here. Look at the barrage of nades instantly coming out. Sean down to almost no HP. Immediately runs on further. Knows there's more coming where these nades just flown in from. But look at this. Now, 3-man. They've woken up Mauritius, but they have to clear this quick here. The more time they waste, the harder their game's going to get.
This has been thrown away by Mauritius. I cannot put it into any of the words. Why are they not playing this ridgeline aggressively? They're 4 men up. They need to clear this ridgeline anyways. No one can coexist here if they want to make it to the next phase. So I really want to see some more aggressive action being taken. Now that they know Morocco has been taken out as well, every single point would mean them closing the distance. And now there's Marty in the backlines. Yeah. This is bad for Mauritius, though. Obviously bad for Nigeria as well, but bad for Mauritius. They need to pick up more points. There isn't an easy entry afterwards, especially with how much time they've just wasted.
And losing a member as well in the process, not what they wanted to see. Now they're clearing, now they're spotting him out. Lucifer might take a few shots here, but Logic should have the angle. And just like that. Important kills grabbed for the Mauritian squad. Important placement point gathered as well. But now, like you said, they have to make the move. Nigeria a little bit too pinched. Mali, they have 2 members up in the distance here. But you see Mauritius, they want to play for circle here. They want to get into the zone. And they are about to make the move. Not a whole lot of tires on that Mirado. They should be still able to make their way on down.
I said it before, I think the only real entry is the city potentially. Mali now continues its barrage through the forest. They catch Slay off guard. That's 1 down from Madagascar. But then again, it's everyone being a player down, so that might not mean too much. They will still clear Mali. So it's a good pickup from their side. 2 more frags, 4 kills in the end being secured already in this round as they make it up to 88 points. But it's far from over. Mauritius is there. And this is the fight for 3rd place today. But at least in this round, essentially, depending on how well Madagascar plays, but it's so much more important in the grand scheme of things for Mauritius at this point in time. Unless Madagascar has a big round, which they have still yet to do. Yeah. Mauritius is the only team that can really catch up.
This is such a big fight here up top. It's not a fight just yet, but it should be a fight at some point. Neither of these teams have enough space to play once they have to move down from the hillside, right? They have a almost full South African team in that compound with good sidelines, good angles. They can't afford to fight each other while moving down the hill. So if they don't engage now, which they won't, this is going to get really tricky just depending on how phase 6 exactly shifts. But it's not an easy fight for either of these 2 teams. There's plenty of sidelines from the compound into these crevices, into these sort of canals that lead down the hillside. And Zekrom steps over the top. He finds Paradox. And it's just feeling like Mauritius is so passive in this.
Yeah, Mauritius too passive for my liking. Not in this instance. Not where they are on the leaderboard. Not knowing that obviously Madagascar is in front of them. And Morocco has been taken out as well. You need to activate at that point. And it's just been a little bit too slow. So that round might not be the big round that they've been hoping for, despite literally having every chance to have it be that way. All nades are now raining in from Madagascar. They've got a pretty good idea on where these Mauritius players are, and I think they want to activate this very second. They are following it up now, getting closer and closer and closer. Who's going to get the entry? Logic goes down. It's Pew Pew to open it up. Immediately gets the flush as well. As Lufer is able to trade 1 player, but there's 2 more left standing.
2 left standing, 2 versus 1 situation. South Africa not getting involved just yet. You see Lucifer, he wants to make a move. He wants to dodge this. South Africa is getting knocked in the distance. He's going to sit in the car to try and make this work. And you can see at the top, the third-party shots are coming on in. It's Djibouti from range. And that's exactly what I've been saying. There's so many angles on these hillsides. It's so hard. Madagascar, they're down to almost nothing. Zekrom, if he gets taken out here, that's the last one up. Sora as well is flushed. And Mauritius, maybe a little bit too late, but they're stepping up now.
Yeah, Lucifer, he aggresses this. I like that initiative that's being taken by Lucifer now. He knows 2 players have been knocked down from the far distance, and he just needs to take down 1 single player. Lucifer now, third-party action comes on through 2. And South Africa, unfortunately, hasn't really got the angles. And they go down. Madagascar goes down by Djibouti. That's Zekrom being taken out by a headshot.
That's
and it's going to mean it's all down to Mauritius now.
2 more points for Mauritius. A kill and a placement point is what they just got here. 4 teams alive. I'm not sure if I see Lucifer staying alive in this any further, but now he's done the job at least. He's pushing them very, very close. And they're going to be sad about how this game went, because this could have been a massive one for them. But at least Lucifer has pulled it back. He salvaged this into a respectable outcome. And you see this circle, yes, he's not in good shape here, but neither is anybody else except for South Africa.
It's a horrible circle. It's one of the worst ones I've ever seen on Sanhok. What the hell am I looking at? Seriously, Corvo, what the hell am I looking at? Half of it is a river. There's no chance for Djibouti to make it in. Let's be honest. They might as well deny. There's more shots now running on through. That's good for South Africa. They pick up two that they realistically, just judging by the chances of Djibouti making it across, should never have gotten. I think there's a third one coming as well. No chance of the sidelines in from Ghana. That's 3 frags, essentially for absolutely nothing, being picked up by South Africa as they're creeping their way up to Nigeria as well. 71 points, 3 players left standing.
Oh,
surely this is their game to lose.
Lucifer has gotten an opening. Lucifer has gotten himself a knock. Ooh, he made that one scary. He might even get that frag here in the end if South Africa just starts sweeping. If they finish Spammer here, he might still get themselves another kill point here as well for Mauritius. But he's going to try his very, very best to get the rest. South Africa, do they know they're up against just one left on Ghana? They should have a good idea, but they're taking their time. They've not had the best of tournaments. They've now pushed themselves back up into 6th, but they're not the confident South Africa that we see on day 1, and you can tell it shows in this late game.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Now the rotation comes on through. They waited for the rest to happen. Maybe that's been smart all along. They want to get the second frag as well. Maybe that's what they were doing. That's a 200 IQ play, if I may say so myself. Scully takes the first one. Spammer goes down. It's a matter of time now, surely. Bullzone creeps in. Now behind the rook. Peeks right side, left side. He makes it to the second one back, but surely his position is known. Nate comes in. South Africa have done it. An underdog to pull through second. Half of the leaderboard is where they stood before that game. Surely that's not where they're standing anymore.
That's a big win for that South African squad. And you can see it there in the reactions. These guys are happy. These guys are happy that things are going their way, and deservedly so. They cleaned it up nicely from the compound. The main story for us was Mauritius and maybe the hero plays that were able to be pulled off by Lucifer. But it's a big step for South Africa. And once again, don't forget about anybody on this scoreboard. They're all still playing for as many placements as they can get.
Unbelievable stuff. Mauritius had every chance in this round to take the lead by a mile, in my opinion. They activate that as a full 4-man. They know that Nigeria, well, even if they don't know Nigeria's a 2-man, like, why would you have one player sneak up and prone with the rest being behind, proning as well, 10 meters? That's a massive mistake, something we haven't really seen come out of Mauritius. There's absolutely no mechanical reason that I'm seeing right now to do this.
Yeah.
Because, like, legitimately no. And also just confidence-wise as well. Play the ridge line. It's a good ridge line to play as well if you're a full 4-man on that edge. You've got the advantage no matter what. Activate, clear the edge, earlier than later, take control of the game. That would have been 2 frags immediately, maybe more against Mali.
This is something I shy away from a lot, is critiquing plays, but I think you're just 100% on the money. There's no way you're proning up with your team not helping you, but also your team also proning. You're the one who's going to see and hear everything. Why is your team prone in the first place?
There's no one there to trade Faker. Faker was the first one that's being taken
and he's completely alone as well, completely to his own devices. Not something we've seen from Mauritius a whole lot. Not something we are used to seeing from them.
We're still here,
and that's gonna sting a little bit if you're on that squad. But crazy game regardless.
Unbelievable.
Egypt, they take a good fight at the start. They take a good second fight, but Kenya makes it costly, right? Kenya makes it real costly. Now we're back. And then the second there's a knock on Egypt, Morocco is flying in there. You saw those 4 red dots creeping up to the compound instantly. First chance they get, they go for it instantly, and they clean it up instantly as well, right? It was looking messy for a bit. There was a good knock with the shotgun. But in the end, it's a clean sweep for Morocco, and it was looking so good for them until they had to go to the city.
I like what we've seen. Obviously, we've seen some gameplay mistakes now, which is the first time they were mentioning this on stream, as you said as well. It's not for us to judge as much, but in this instance, we just kind of pointed out there's something that we haven't really seen from them. Might be the nerves coming in. 9 points for Mauritius. Still, a success in my books, just not the one that they've been just served on almost a silver platter. Like, they should have just been able to take it, grab it off the plate that was granted right in front of them. But didn't happen. 9 points is still being picked up. 19 by South Africa, though. I'm not sure that's going to change anything just yet in terms of the race for the top 3 or even the top 2. That I'm sure of.
That's a little early,
But Madagascar picking up 9 points as well also makes things more interesting. There's also 5 more points that they are now closing the distance on not only obviously Morocco but also Egypt to some degree, right?
Yeah.
With Egypt making absolutely nothing happen here, at least in the sense that they've usually got a point average with winning half of the games that's like easily in the high double digits.
Yeah, but that being said, right, if they get 5 points a game today, every single game, then they're absolutely uncatchable.
Easily enough, like easily
they're absolutely
enough.
uncatchable if they do that. So them getting some good fights early, isolating a team that they feel confident in fighting is hard to be argued with. And 173 points. Yeah. I was doing the maths in my head. I was waiting for this.
Ladies and gentlemen.
We have equalized.
Wow.
We're going into essentially a best of 5 here.
I love it.
For the qualification to Riyadh, for a chance to play for $130,000 US,
oh, yes.
and for a chance to represent your nation on the world stage.
$25,000 US up for grabs here at the Iesf African Esports Championship, and another 130, as you said, at Riyadh. This is what everyone's been fighting for, and it couldn't get more close. It's a best of 5. 130 in Morocco, 130 in Mauritius. The top 2, be reminded, will go to the World Esports Championship. So it's only 2 spots. One of the runner-ups, it is either going to be Mauritius or Madagascar, realistically, is going to fall short. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the outcome of the 13 games that we've seen up until this point. 13 games, 6 of which have been won by Egypt. I cannot stress that enough, how crazy that is.
Well, it's getting a little dull now. They haven't even won half of the games now. You know, they're clearly slacking at this point. No, but I think this is such a great example of why Pubg is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're looking at how much there is randomness involved in circles, in loot, and everything, and then you play 13 rounds, and there's 2 teams on exactly the same amount of points, and they're both just fighting for qualification, and they both got there in so massively different ways as well, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the trajectory of Morocco playing a crazy first day without a chicken dinner, Mauritius really kind of coming back on the second day, winning a lot of games, but not nearly as many kills. Crazy stuff on the scoreboard right now. We're going to look at stories like South Africa and Madagascar more and more throughout this evening.
Yeah.
But the big crowd favorites Morocco here, and Mauritius trying to claw this away from them is for sure the main storyline.
Got to be. South Africa 83 points now with that first chicken dinner as well in this tournament. Make it up to 5th place. Plenty of elims being secured as well by them. South Africa, one of the biggest fragging teams here.
This is
top 5 fragging as well.
Yeah, and also think about the fact, right, they just won a game. They were on 21 placement points. They were on 21 placement points before this game. Now try and look down the scoreboard until you find a team with less than 21 placement points. You have to go to 10th, to Kenya, a team who's been playing as a 3-man. South Africa, before this game, was one of the lowest placement point teams because they've been winning their fights, but they've not been making it into these late games. And this is a nice change of pace for them. And again, I think they played this really well. Yes, they had the compound at the end, but they weren't playing that compound the whole game. They were in the city when Morocco was breaching, right? So they had to make a move to that compound. They did that cleanly. They held all their edges. They really deserve to win this one, and it's good to see them just creeping into standings.
Crazy stuff. 74 points on Nigeria, 69 on Tunisia. Not really the best of rounds. Nigeria kind of doing the best they could really with that round. I mean, that eastern side entry realistically is one of the best ones, but they just unfortunately haven't been able to really get a hold of that entire circle. There's been plenty of teams actually on that eastern side as well, which made it all the more tougher. But yeah, 74 points. They want to make it up to 4th place. They said as well. They told us, we interviewed them just before the games, right? How do you want to play this today? They said, wait for the first 2 games to happen. Yeah. If we somehow make 50 points, we're in the running, then let's go. Our game plan changes drastically. Obviously it does. But if not, then then I guess just go for 3rd. And the thing now is, for everyone, 3rd is same as 2nd place. So essentially you're catching up to both. Now. So everyone's game plan of this one has been thrown out the window. So you have to essentially focus both teams now. If you see Morocco in game,
not longer playing for 3rd, we're playing for 2nd now. If you see
Mauritius in game, send it, because it's not only about qualifying, it's about the money as well.
Yeah, and it's about going as high in the standings. I went to the toilet earlier. I met one of the Egypt guys. Yeah. He had his flag on while on the toilet. That's how much these guys love representing their nation, and that should go to show how much they want to perform on this leaderboard. We're going to a short break, guys, until we come back with game number 2.
first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event.
South Africa takes the win. South Africa plays the biggest game of their tournament so far. They essentially double their placement points here in our first Sanhok, our last Sanhok of the tournament. But Mauritius has equalized it. Mauritius is literally breaking the tie with Morocco right now. And I think we couldn't have asked for a more exciting finish, couldn't we?
I don't think so. 130 to 130 going to the last day. I didn't think it was going to be possible. I thought it was going to be maybe tied between Egypt and Morocco. These guys just trading wins back and forth.
Yeah.
That's what day 1 looked like. Day 2, Egypt running away with things. Once again, winning almost half of the games. 2 on day 2, 4 and obviously in day 1. Which means Morocco was down quite a bit. And they still are right now. 5 points once again being secured by Egypt. 4 by Morocco. That means even the big difference before that game is now 1 more point, essentially. So big stuff coming out. Mauritius having chances to even overtake them. Not using them.
Really uncharacteristic, right?
Really,
we said before this, the nerves would kind of come in a little bit, and I feel like we've seen that there. Maybe the one team that we didn't expect it from, maybe the one team that we thought was the most calm and collected, especially after seeing what happened to Morocco and Egypt, right? That is exactly their chance to play a big game and completely run away with things. But first bit of nerves coming on in, a bit of a misstep, a bit of an odd play that we could get our heads behind, but we'd have to talk to the players to really know what went on there, what their plan was. But it's more and more exciting, right? We have Madagascar playing a good game as well. They keep it close for 4th. We have South Africa pushing themselves all the way up into 5th.
Yeah.
It could not have gone better for the excitement of the tournament, and I'm all here for it.
I think everyone is. I think everyone is at this point. 5 more matches. And the good thing is, for the players at least, Sanhok is out of the way. So we only have, obviously, Erangel and Miramar left to play. We've definitely seen patterns, I think, even on these 2 matches between the 2 teams. I want to say Egypt has been a little bit stronger on Erangel.
Yeah.
Morocco maybe has had a couple of more big chances on Miramar. They haven't really used them, but at least fragging-wise, they've used them quite a bit more than Egypt, at least to the extremes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in to the 2nd round here at the African Esports Championship. It is 130 to 130. Be reminded again, it is the top 2 going to Riyadh later stage this year to the World Esports Championship to fight for a whole lot more prize pool than here, which is already $25,000 split between the top 3.
First Erangel of the night. 3 more of them to come. And like you said, I think Egypt's been really, really strong on this map. But generally, I think it's fair to say that the top teams have been dominant. And I am already happy to see that we don't have 3 teams in Primorsk, because that was an absolute mess last time. Looking at Djibouti has reconsidered. They've switched it up a little bit, different locations now for their drop spots. As we see Tunisia in the Ferry Pier area, Kenya towards Quarry, Nigeria and Niger around that area as well. Pretty stacked area towards the southwestern side here, but with a plane like that, I'm not all too confused.
I'm not all too confused as well. It's yeah, I was hoping to see that phase 1 circle maybe be a little bit more fair, but that's already on the fairer end of things, I want to say. Could have been a military circle as well. I would have preferred to see that, actually. We haven't really seen a military circle yet. We've not seen a military ending. It always shifted back north, even when it was even at a disadvantage. It shifted back up north. So I'm once again not surprised to see no military circle here, but it would have definitely spiced things up. First frag from Jay happening now, Kenya. Once again, never to be underestimated. 3 plays, they were on somewhere around 46, 47 points before that game. Make that a point more now.
They just don't stop. They start right where they left off. It's Shy Boy that suffers at the end of it. And it's Kenya once again putting up numbers, collecting a few points here and there. And it's, I don't know. I keep getting surprised at them. We've been singing their praises, right, for the whole of yesterday.
Yeah.
And we've started it early today as well. Love to see what they're doing. Now they have to be a little bit careful, though, as Mufasa is coming on in. I'm not sure if Mufasa had time to pick up a gun, though. So this is a bit of a dodgy situation for both these teams, as Tunisia as well find themselves a bit of Djibouti frags coming their way.
Relatively aggressive early game, down to the plane path, obviously, with all these teams being kind of grouped up on that southern side. This would be an amazing compound if the circle would be somewhere towards the open field as well. This time around it isn't. It's just going to be the contest, as we said, because of the plane path. King Kilwa right in the first building, but he's got a DBS. That's the one thing they've really got going forward. This could be a massive, massive nade. Oh, he turns around at the perfect time and still takes him down. King Kilwa with a massive shot. He's got the opportunity to get the second one as well. It's the first one. He takes him down. It's a quick 1v2, and there's no one there to trade him back. It's a double frag from King Kilba and Djibouti will pick up 2 points just like that. Tunisia is an absolute shambles.
King Kilwa trying to do his very best to prove he's the best Kilwa in the lobby. And oh boy, that was looking solid. That was looking solid for Tunisia. I felt like they had that 2 different angles on the windows. They're cooking the nade on up. But just one good move, one good shotgun shot, and just like that, it is decided. Rough start for them. They really had high hopes, especially after yesterday, after a great day yesterday, where they really showed us what they can do. But it hasn't been meant to be. Mufasa now is cruising through Kenya. Kenya has lost a player as well. Is Spammer who picks that up. So the mess keeps getting messier on the western side. And a lot of these teams are just trading aggression, and neither of them are better off for it.
Long distance shots, we've seen this exact fight happening before. In one of the rounds yesterday, Kenya being on that northern side of things of Quarry. It's a tough zone to fight. Already talked about this. It's a tough position to fight in general. Like, there's so many positions that if you push through quarries, enemies can be positioned at. And look at this, I don't think they realize where Daddy is at. And that's what makes it so dangerous. He's got the opportunity to take 2 now immediately, unless he's being hurt by Mufasa. And he might have just been. The way Spammer is looking at his ridgeline more so means I think they have an idea where Daddy is at. Mufasa especially jiggling around that car right in front of him. He should get the shot off any second now. Daddy tried it against Spammer, but it didn't quite work. Mufasa immediately rotates back. This is dangerous. Headshot comes on through, and Kenya with potentially another frag in this round.
Daddy OP lets the hammer down, takes another knock towards Ghana, brings them down into just 2-man squad up right now with Spammer as well. Almost no HP to work with, and don't forget, Daddy still has a teammate here on the other side of Quarry, so this might get awkward any second now. He's going to try and get himself a little bit of that loot. He knows Spammer fell away from things. And they're making this costly. They're making this hurt for Ghana.
We've talked about this before. Kenya, what a storyline. 48 points now with a 3-man in this tournament. And they still perform just like that, winning almost every single duel they have in the early stages of it, and just being really smart about which to take as well. And oh my God, does Daddy realize Nell is just around the corner? I don't think he has any idea. He hasn't even got his weapon out. This is a clean pickup from Nell. Beautiful position as well. The anticipation of Nell to realize he's probably going to walk this way. He's going to jump down as well because there's a way to walk back up without being seen from Quarry itself is massive. That's a big frame play coming in from Nell. It's gonna give him a frag for free as well.
Read him like a book. That was nice. That's not something you see a lot.
No.
And it wasn't super obvious either that was going to happen, but it was obvious for Nell, who now has different problems they doesn't even know about just yet, because there's a new squad showing up, and there's the other killer in the lobby. They'll take one down, and they might not know exactly what the situation here is in the Quarry area, but they should know that they don't have a whole lot of opposition. And Sean is there to close it. Nigeria get themselves the instant confirm. They might know that Ethiopia is still alive, but they should probably have no idea where he is. So I don't even expect them to keep hunting this. You probably just move on and try to play your own game.
I think so too. I talked to Nigeria today. We both did. One of the Federation's coaches as well, Priest, told us that Aishon has been struggling yesterday. I don't think we realized that as much as probably they did. Obviously, they have the POVs of every single player. But he's been struggling, so seeing him back up, get that quick trade on Ghana is something that's definitely going to help him perform today. Yet again, first chance has not been used, though. First round that was so massively important for Nigeria has not been used to its fullest, so they will remain on that top 6, potentially top 4, top 5 trajectory is I think what they're going for right now. I think a top 4 finish is essentially that best case scenario at this point.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that is what they should be gunning for. But they might still have higher hopes, and it doesn't hurt to aim high, right? It doesn't hurt to aim high. Right now, you're just point optimizing. That's all you're doing. You're trying to do your very best. And you see what comes out at the end of this. This is the Morocco that we've sometimes seen on day 1, where they're not in the best spot in phase 1, but they're 4-man up, they're close together, and they're ready to pounce. They're ready to benefit. They're ready to abuse any sort of opportunity they get. And last game, that opportunity was seeing Egypt in the kill feed. And they might be trying to do that now.
Falcon. Yeah, he was debating whether or not to take that shot. I think it would have been a waste of ammunition, but I've seen crazier things happening so far in this tournament. That dual win from Morocco to even bring them to this point. Imagine they don't win this round, they get eliminated early. That'd be even further down the leaderboard. So they did have their fair share of upsets as well to get to 130 points, which doesn't make it any easier in terms of predicting who's really going to run away with that top 2 spot. And as you can tell, the players aren't sure either. We said it before, we've talked to almost every single team, and no one's really sure. Plenty of these teams are like, it's kind of 50-50. Mauritius, yeah, they've got more LAN experience. They're playing more offline tournaments. They performed yesterday. Morocco hasn't played a big tournament in a year. Some of these players just in general haven't really played, but they are experienced. So when they get a feel for a round, they probably have the higher chance of making it a big one. And Mauritius, now with that last game, doesn't strike me with the amount of confidence they need going into today.
Really uncharacteristic for them. We saw again there getting himself a drop. We've seen what he can do once he gets himself 3 gear, especially the FAMAS comes to mind. He's been putting it to work, and he's been doing great things with it. This time it won't be a FAMAS. I see 3 gear, but I still see an M4 in his inventory, so likely didn't get himself that kind of drop gun. But he does get himself away. He does get himself to safety. Can't say the same for Glitch. He's pulled up in a spot here to take a few shots, but he's the one under fire. I say that Mohammed knocked on the other side of things. This is a rough start for Egypt once again.
That's a rough start. First blood being taken out. A couple of claps from the Moroccan crowd here at the venue. They obviously still believe that Morocco could catch up. Right now on the overall leaderboard, it is Morocco in 3rd place, actually, because of the tie break. Might not mean much, but at least for the mental fortitude, that isn't necessarily a great sign. As Niger is getting into the next fight as well. Young almost being taken down. The rest has to happen sometime soon. Are they going to let him bleed out? Surely not. Surely not. What a Molotov. Are you kidding me? He predicts that he is crawling out of that building. What a massive IQ play coming in from Jabba.
So hard to deal with as well, right? He's just in the lower ground there. He's really hard to see, clear, or do anything against, but he can let the util rip, and then on the other side you have Tunisia making your day even worse, making things even harder for you. Not really the best position to be in. Niger, they haven't had the best tournament, but they're still showing up here. Doing the best they can, trying to make their nation proud. As Tunisia really, a sad story of today so far. They really came in with ambition, they came in with plans, they came in with potential. It hasn't really materialized.
It really hasn't. More shots now being traded back and forth. Wait, is Djibouti going for this? Yeah, they are. They're breaching this compound. Mugi, though, is not going to be the first one to take anyone down. It's actually luck. But do they realize his second play? Yes, they do. Jaber with a quick double. And oh, my Lord, is that frag important. He would have been easily been able to get taken down. But no, King Kilba seals the deal. Eagle gets shut down with the M4 too. And that's a quick triple frag being picked up by Djibouti. This is massive.
It's quick points collected. On the other side, we see Somalia. They're breaching into this compound. They might know it's taken, but they might have realized there's not a whole lot of players in here. They decide either way, we're going in, we're fighting this. Might give us a taste of the day one Somalia that was not getting into late games, but winning fights consistently. They've put themselves in a good position here. 4 versus 2, if there's a fight you love to take, they just have to not get third party. They just have to not fall victim to the angles that Djibouti might be able to get. But Chala running away is going to give them a pretty good information. It's going to tell them, okay, at least we have a little bit of space on our side, and we can now try and clear the rest of the compound.
Djala's really trying to reposition
immediately.
Oh, wow, what a Colby coming in from Ali. And that just leaves Yuhai. He hasn't played yesterday, left alive on a 1-on-4. What more can he do? It would mean an absolute miracle. One of the craziest clips we've seen in the Iesf. If he would really be able to take down 1, 2, maybe even 3 players, the first one is already going to be enough for Somali. And that's a good cleanup, realizing that's a 4-on-2, immediately breaching that compound, taking them down. I love this play from Djibouti and Somalia.
Yeah.
And both will come out victorious.
Heartbreak for Tunisia. But it is a strong play, and it's a strong show of confidence for Somalia there. They'll get the res. And I say that they'll get the res, but Djibouti is just going next. They say, okay, we've won our fight here. We're taking another one. We haven't lost one yet today. And we're going the hell in there. They're taking the 3 versus 4, and they're playing it like they're the ones outnumbering. Jabba is just running in. Glitch probably has no idea, and there it is. There's the shotgun. Instantly equalizing numbers. And oh my, they're reeking confidence right now.
Yeah, they are. Already on top of the roofs as well. Good angles being covered between the buildings. And maybe someone could be caught off guard. The DBS players, both of them, trying to cross it. Ali has taken him down, though. How did that happen? Ali, this is such a huge entry frag in this round. It remains a 3-on-3 because of that. And he's getting the nade as well. I think that's not only another knock, it's a flush as well. Ali's turning things around for Somalia. He's not only found the first one, he's found the second one as well.
Look at this.
And suddenly it's only King Kilba. He's found 4 frags already in this round. What more can he do? But surely that's got to be the end of it.
Nigeria's coming in as well. They've had enough of this. They've seen the fights. They realize we want a part of this. We want Pubg to be part of the party. We're not sitting at home waiting for you guys to have fun. King Kilwa, Quila on the other side. Nades are coming on through. They might not know, though, here in Nigeria. They might not know about the solo. And, oh, that's a bad knock to be taken. Explosion takes down one of Somalia. And we're in a 4v2v1. I'm not sure if they know about the solo, though. It seems like they have a pretty good idea. But if he doesn't make steps, if he doesn't make sounds, he might still catch someone with a shotgun here.
He's playing this one start. Still a trade, though. Hope, before being taken down, will take down Quila. This could mean there's potential as well for the solo to strike fear into any of the teams as soon as he activates, because they'd have to cover both sides. Ali, time and time again, he takes another player. How much more? And he takes him with a vehicle explosion. What a bait! Ali, is there anyone that can stop him? He takes one more! And Nigeria, just like that, out of it! Second round of the day, and do not be fooled. He's found 5 frags, but all of them have been incredibly important for them to make it out of this one, even as a 2-man.
Where has that man been? Where's that man been the last 2 days? Crazy game coming out of Ali. Crazy stuff from the Somalian squad. Now big nades coming out. Mauritius. What? That's a double, nice and easy. 1-2, thank you. And they blow up Madagascar, the closest competition below them on the scoreboard. They rack up the kills. Yes, they've lost a member, but who hasn't at this point? Who hasn't? Frags collected, job done, but I'm not sure where they're going here, Felix. Where's Mauritius going with this?
It looks quite crowded on the edges. Then again, it's only 8 teams in phase 4. Like, realistically, it only looks that crowded because we're zoomed out that much. As soon as you actually look into these positions, there should be plenty of places that can be played. I'm talking the South Picado, South Pachinki Hill, obviously. I'm talking also breaching Egypt. They're only a 3-man. Yes, Mauritius as well, but the way they're split, any of these positions could be forward up against, and I think there'll be limited sidelines to trade out each other on the Egyptian side. So I'm interested to see now what Mauritius is going to do, as you said. Maybe even take a far wrap around. That's honestly what I do in this situation. You know, your edge is kind of crowded and stacked. So many teams have been fighting all around it. As soon as I see Egypt, not only in the compound, but the hill as well, Morocco in the compound as well, which should all be positions that could be scouted from the deep west side, I'm rotating the hell around, right? I'm searching maybe for an East Pachinki entry and then scouting the hillside south of it, the dips, the little, even the open field crannies or the warehouse towards the north of the hill. So many positions that can be taken, because you realize it's 25 players live. There's only so many teams, and if you see 4 or 5 immediately on your edge, like, you're rotating around. Surely,
your edge is stacked. You leave when there's this few people alive, this few players remaining. 25 players on 8 teams in the lobby right now. And there's Mauritius trying to do just that. They've wrapped all the way around. Now they're turning back. They don't exactly know where they're ending up here because they're taking fire from multiple angles. Faker trying to make it through the field. South Africa is unleashing with the M4s right now. The Pachinki Hill is taken as well. They've really got to find a home here, Mauritius. Maybe hit one more reset, one more heal. But then they have to find their slot on in. And yes, I agree. You don't want to be going head on into a team, but when you don't find that opening, it's all you really have left.
Again, is looking for it. His impact in that fight is going to be massively important now. First smoke comes on through. There's no contact just yet, but look at Krona. He's already driving around as well. They're looking for this first initial contact. But they're going to rotate off. Morocco realizes this is not only Egypt, but they're also in great position. So no one's been found just yet. But the smokes and the setups are there. Both teams are preparing for this fight. When is it going to happen? I think it's a question of time with this next phase. Ships down south. Morocco needs to move. So they're getting back into the vehicles. And now, surely, that's going to be the engagement. But no, back at the compound, still waiting for any kind of position to catch someone from Egypt off guard.
They're teasing. They're teasing us. They're teasing Egypt. They're trying to find an opening. And they're trying to find a player that overpeaks once they're scouting with the cars here, but it goes the other way. Again, is quicker with it. He's ready for it, and he takes one down. That's not only going to be a knock, that's going to buy them a whole lot of time here as well. Morocco, they now have to react with the blue on their back.
No way.
And they've just taken the first casualty. Lazy, still very, very resable. But look at this. Arthur, he has a perfect angle on Senkai as well. The nade could do the trick here. This could be absolute disaster for Morocco. And he lands it. Of course he does.
Of course he does. He hits the ground. That's 2 players down immediately from Morocco. And now just 2 players left standing. It is Marshall, though. He's never one to be underestimated, but again, is already opening up that angle. They really want to clear this edge ASAP. They don't want to give them any chance to get these revives, because at that point, it would mean an equalized scenario once more. Kerryman has got a pretty good angle. Nate doesn't touch him just yet, but again takes down Marshall. 1 player left standing. And the dreams for Morocco to potentially overtake Mauritius in this one. They're done and dusted just like that. And Egypt has ruined their dreams. We were talking about that as well. Egypt has got the opportunity to kind of decide that fight for third place. But in this one, it's not even been a matter of focusing anyone. They needed to keep that edge clean no matter what.
They find themselves time and time again. They meet in the power positions, and Egypt once again comes out on top. Last game wasn't meant to be in that 4v3. This time they do it cleanly, and Mauritius has found their entry as well. We talked about it, right? They had to find an opening, they had to find a slot, and they slot in where Djibouti was holding up with, I think it was just 1 member left. Big stuff from Mauritius. Now, I'm a little bit getting concerned about this. Yes, they've made it in, Felix. Yes, they're not even super edge, but they don't control space here at all. They're hiding out, they're sitting out, and Egypt on top of them is going to do just that. They're going to take ground, they're going to take information, and they're going to make this very hard for that Mauritian squad. If they don't find a nice and easy opening, this is going to be a hard fight.
A couple of claps in the venue, because that was a really far distance shot, as he's been able to take down a player towards that eastern hillside, that eastern top of the hill. And look at this, Egypt now slowly creeping up again. Could be disastrous for Mauritius. They have to realize that he's now going to throw some nades. Maybe that's their opportunity. 1 nade comes back. This is a good one, but it rolls back down the hill. And again, he hits Lucifer, the furthest player, just behind the shack. How did that happen? And it's once again an entry for Mauritius, instead the other way around. And again, takes the second player. This man is just not to be messed with whatsoever. He's finding every single one, and now it's just Logic back standing. He's one with the DBS. Maybe he can switch back to the M4 again. Makes his way down the hillside, and he's 1 more frag being secured. He found his way into the shack, but surely that Molotov is going to seal the deal for Egypt. But it hits the outside wall, so no one's really going to touch him. Nate comes in. Easy frag for Krone. Has 2 more frags on the leaderboard now for Egypt, and they are running away with things. If anyone thought there was going to be a potential comeback happening on that top 1 spot, think again. Yeah. Because Egypt is it's just that far ahead. I think there's realistically no way.
They're not giving this away. They're not letting it slip out of their hands. Big for Mauritius regardless. I think they're once again catching up points. They're once again separating themselves from Morocco. And they even got the flush there at the end. Logic gets an important point, important frag towards Egypt. Just 1 more. They can use every single one of these elims. Every single one of these placement points that they're gaining on Morocco is worth money. South Africa, really good last game, really good Sanhok to start the day. They're now holding on to that Pachinki Hill. They would want to stay clean in this, but they already can't anymore. They've already lost Momo in the process. And now they're going to have to contend with a Senegal that's been completely untouched coming out of the yellow houses.
Rotates down towards the shack. Make sure that they've got at least some vehicle cover. They know that Momo is still in that compound. That's kind of what's destroying their kind of potential to control more of the edge. Also because they've only gotten 3 players, but mainly because Momo could exit the building at any time, so they kind of need to like set someone aside to only watch that angle. And that's difficult now, because surely you wanna kind of focus on your actual competition, which is Egypt essentially in the middle of the circle. Yes, they've lost Mohammed and Arthur, but still, like, we've seen Egypt take dual wins as well, easily, on Erangel, legitimately first day. That was the first big upset we had in this entirety of this tournament.
Yeah.
And I'd not be surprised just a single bit. I'd not be surprised at all if it happens again. Not from the way they're playing. Look how much space they're taking. They're harassing everyone else. They're making it seem like, and they're keeping that illusion up, they're more than 2 players. Yeah. Surely they know as well. I mean, they've kept track of the kill feed, but it doesn't matter. If you keep that illusion up, no one's going to be daring to get close to you.
Exactly, and that's how they keep winning these games. That's how they keep getting away with it. Again, especially has pulled off some crazy clutches. but they all have throughout these days. And I'm not surprised if they do it again. Senegal, they've been struggling to make things work, but still putting up good numbers overall. But there's Nasty Boy getting caught, and there's South Africa saying, hey, you can't be focusing away from us. Still have to worry about the threat on your east. And now 6God, Reverb, they're going to try and close. There's nades coming out by Reverb as well. We've seen this man do crazy things. This nade's a little short, but he has a second where that came from. And South Africa, I wouldn't be surprised if they sweep low here and try to make some space for themselves, because they don't really stuck out on a plateau, and you can see the aggression is coming out already.
Mighty is up close, and it's going to need a Mighty action as well if he wants to get one more frag. He realizes the player up close, he's got a nade in his hand, he heard it. He's trying to take the 1v1, but he gets shut down. It was so very close, but Reverb in the end takes it. Reverb, one of the strongest fraggers on that South African lineup in this tournament. And they've got more shots right in front of them. They can potentially hit. 6God does just that. Next knock being secured, but they've now left that northern side open. And look, Momo, I think he's out of the compound already.
Senegal are being torn apart. South Africa staying clean for now, but you wonder when is Egypt going to take control here, because they're getting all the space for themselves. They got double 3 gear as well, and they're not letting anybody slip on through. Malone, you can see he's dancing around the smokes. He's hoping to get in anywhere, but right now, it's not looking like they're going to let him do anything at all. With more util coming on down, more nades thrown towards the smokes. It's so tough to be in the same lobby as Egypt right now, Falix. They're just not letting anybody do their own thing.
No chance. That nade might hit perfectly.
Yeah.
Almost does. Almost does. Almost takes him down. How much more nades does he have, by the way? Are you kidding me? Has he... Oh, Krone!
Yeah.
He actually takes down Malone. How much more nades does he have?
I think that was the last one.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Krone, how the hell does he do that? This is such a this is legitimately one of the toughest nades to hit.
Yeah.
If you have to throw downhill.
Down a ridge line. Yeah.
If you don't cook it to absolute perfection, even just like 0.1 seconds wrong,
it just rolls past.
It rolls past. It explodes past, and he's not going to deal the full 100 damage you need for the knock. So
it's
massive, massive stuff.
It is so hard. It's exactly like you said. It's the hardest nade to hit. Is down a steep ridge. And he does it. Yes, he needs a few tries, but there was tons and tons of smokes. He doesn't even know where the player exactly is, right? So connecting that nade is massive. Now Momo in the compound. I don't see him getting out of this. I don't see him making any sort of move towards the circle here. He's going to get his team 4 placement points. And again, and Krone are going to say, thank you. We appreciate you. And we will pick up your point. And then we'll reposition. And we'll try to do the same thing to the rest of the lobby. Once again, though, South Africa, right? They won the Sanhok. They're here again with 3. They should be the favorites. It just doesn't feel like it right now. Egypt is just feeling like favorites every single map they play.
They really do. Krone, and again especially, again has to be the tournament MVP up until this point. The amount of impact frags, I'm not just talking about statistics itself, because statistics are easy to interpret, but if you actually look deeper into it, they're really not so much in Pubg. And there they go. Obviously, it's again. It's 6 frags again in this round. Almost all of them have been team wipes, so they've gotten the last frags, or have been entries. None of them have really been unimportant frags or trades or anything like that. So massive stuff from Egypt. Crazy, absurd scenes and statistics from again especially. Now it's back to that 2v3. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the later stages of this tournament. Every single point is now so massively important, and South Africa has got the opportunity to take 3rd place with this one. Not 3rd place, 4th place, excuse me, obviously with Morocco and Mauritius being that far ahead, but they've got the option to overtake Madagascar for the first time in this tournament. Let's see if they do.
You'd give them all the favorites. You'd give them all the expectations to win this one, but it is Egypt on the other side, and look at that angle Krone has been able to grab for himself. Again, needs to find it though, close range, finds 1, finds 2! Of course he does! Why not? Take the 3rd as well. He's busy flushing for now, but he should refocus his efforts. If Krone doesn't steal it away, it's going to be another wipe. Look at the MK coming out. There's the AR to close things, and Egypt is never done.
Ain't no way past this man. Ain't no way past this player. And it's been like that from the start of the tournament to probably the finish line by the looks of it.
Again and again.
Again and again.
Again does it again.
3 essentially in this one. Yes, he's had some support. The players that he had up close, right next to the buggies, they were low HP, but let's not take anything away from the fact that you have to have nerves of steel in this one. The pressure, obviously,
That's the thing.
has already been relieved with that
The
amount of
pressure
points,
is
but
off.
still,
He's just
though,
playing freely. But he
doesn't
was
matter
doing
to
this
me.
on day 1. He was doing this on day 2. We've had Zuxi run away with it on day 2, but it was all again on day 1. Man, these guys are crazy, and these guys are surprising to a certain extent. We knew they were good. We knew they were favorites. We didn't know they were this far ahead. They're head and shoulders above the rest right now.
And I want to reiterate this, what we've said going into this today. We talked to the Egyptian guys, and we said good luck even though you don't need it. And they were like, no, hell no, we need luck. Give us all the luck you have, because this is far from over. I think Morocco's going to have a great day, and these guys come out like this again.
There's the flag.
Pun intended. Unbelievable. Yeah, there's the flag.
Yeah, it's hard to not just run away with the again puns, right? It's hard to contain ourselves, but man, like you're looking at this, right? And you see there's an Egypt duo in a lobby with 11 players alive, a 3-man and a 4-man included, and you say, I kind of think Egypt's taking this. That's how strong they are. That's how good they are right now. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It doesn't at all. It's been wild, but second story. Mauritius, Morocco, it's slowly tilting one way.
Yeah, it's slowly but surely tilting one way for sure. First time that Mauritius is now overtaking Morocco.
First time ever they're in the top 2.
And the home crowd is not happy about this one, let me tell you guys. They're looking forward for a comeback, but it also means it makes it all the more exciting, because as soon as Morocco has a good round again, which is bound to happen at some point today, there's no way they're going out with this showing now the last 4 games. There's just absolutely no way. They will come back in one of the rounds. I'm sure of it. You're looking at me funny, but I'm sure of it.
I'm just waiting for you to say 100%.
100%.
100%.
I'm not saying 100%, but 99% that Morocco's going to come back in one of the rounds. And at that point, it's all open again if it isn't already. It definitely is.
It's staying close. It's staying incredibly close. The only thing that isn't close is Egypt, and it's just, we're going to get tired talking about them. By the way, first thing I wrote down for this game, Egypt loses 1 in circle 1.
Doesn't matter, though.
Yeah, it clearly doesn't.
It
clearly just doesn't at all. They don't need power in numbers. They have power in players, you know? They need 1 or 2.
Power and friendship as well.
Oh, the power of friendship.
By the way these guys are playing at their desk, by the way these guys are laughing with each other, power and friendship as well. Not to be underestimated.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't beat the power of friendship. Egypt wins a game with the power of friendship. They separate themselves further from the pack. South Africa, don't go unnoticed. We see you. They're making a good stand for 4th right now. And if they keep playing like this, and Morocco keeps playing like that, South Africa could get 3rd.
South Africa could get 3rd, but, I mean, that'd be a far stretch, even for my liking. It's still 30 points. It's still more than 30 points, actually, like 32 points, 34 points maybe even for South Africa to make it to Morocco. And as I said as well, I think Morocco they're going to come back at some point. This is not over yet. We've seen the first day. They're able to show that again just from a fighting point of view. And there's so many more teams now fighting early as well. They just need to not meet Egypt. The amount of times they've met Egypt and that Morocco-Egypt fight has happened is big part of the reason. I want to say the biggest part potentially even, because look how often Egypt has met Mauritius. Almost never.
Yeah.
And if you meet the best team in the lobby, like
I'm going to turn this around, right?
It's tougher.
But the reason, to be a little bit hypocritical here, the reason that they're struggling is not because they're meeting Egypt. It's the reason that they're losing to Egypt every single time, right? They were on day 1. They seemed to be at eye level. They seemed to be competing versus each other. But Morocco was already losing a lot of 4v3s that they should never be losing versus Egypt on day 1. They still somehow kept up points-wise. But it's been a topic that's been punching them throughout day 2 and now day 3 especially, where they can't win these fights cleanly. They won it in Sanhok, and they clearly lost it here.
Yeah.
But even in Sanhok, it cost them the game. So I think it's just they did not expect Egypt to be clearly better than them. And nobody expected that. I mean, Egypt expected that, but a lot of teams in here were saying, okay, it's kind of Morocco.
I don't know Egypt expected that.
They were very confident about it, but obviously everybody in this lobby is confident. If you made it here, you're confident, right? They were telling us, oh, we're clearly the best.
These guys are retired.
There was a lot of teams in here that were saying we are the best, right? But
I
they were saying
that quote with them, like saying that they're retired.
They're basically they're the old guard. We're the new kids on the block. And can you argue with it? Absolutely not. Like, they've proven us that whatever they say is worth gold.
Different league. They're going to crack the 200 points mark potentially, which in a best of 18 is completely absurd. It's something that's absolutely unheard of, especially at the Iesf qualifiers. We've seen one-sided qualifications, but not on LAN. Not on LAN. It's never been that far ahead on any kind of level. So absolutely crazy stuff. Whether or not that's going to happen in the next round is what we're going to find out in just a couple of minutes before we head into a very short break. We have 4 more games ahead of us. It's going to be Erangel 2 more times and then Miramar. So stay with us. It is the Iesf African Esports Championship, and it will be concluded very soon.
Few more games, short break. We'll see you guys very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Nice.
Doing it, huh? They're doing it. Finde schon auch so geil.
Test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3. No.
Aber was meinst du denn? Ja, das, was ich gerade gesagt habe hier. Nee, also nur, nein. Also, das hast du nur über deine Hose oder über deinen Arsch geredet, oder? Also, das habe ich zumindest nicht gehört. Hast du schon gehört? Du hast sogar mit Video gemacht, aber da hast du das Headset, glaube ich, noch nicht auf. Ja, das sollte man schon. Ich will mir eigentlich unbedingt welche kaufen. Ich will mir eigentlich unbedingt welche kaufen. Air Force One. Aber nicht hier. Okay. Okay. Weißt du, wo ich meine hergekommen bin? Erzähl. Okay. Kannst du mir schicken, ja? Wird auch wieder 3 Euro. Wenn die halt 20 Euro kosten, meistens halt so. Ja. Produktionskosten 5, die verdienst du immer noch dumm und dämlich dran. Lohnt sich halt gar nicht für so ein Backwerf-Produkt. Ja, wusste nicht, die Backwerf-Produkte so, also insgesamt Schuhe eigentlich. Ja, ich habe auch, ich habe auch gar nicht das Bedürfnis, so cleane weiße Sneaker zu haben, sondern ich will einfach nur so chillige Sneaker haben, die man überall hin anziehen kann. So.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event successful.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to game 3 of the day. It's coming to a close very soon here, Falex. And I mean, last game, we had a bit of a break to sort of calm down and forget about it a little bit. But it was the absolute Egypt show with a slight touch of Mauritius, a slight touch of getting themselves further ahead, just slowly edging out Morocco on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they've actually overtaken them now. This is the first time in the tournament that we see a different team in the top 2 right this very second. It is Mauritius. They've made a comeback happen. I want to say, yes, Mauritius have played well, but it's more so that Morocco has just dropped off dramatically. And there's no other way around this. We've talked to the crowd just now as well, and everyone is kind of starting to not believe anymore to a tiny degree. Even the Moroccan fans are here in the venue. which is filling up nicely, by the way. I think for the last 3 games, we should have quite an audience. They stopped believing to some degree. Someone even said embarrassing, which is what I thought might just be a slightly bit dramatic, but to some degree it's true, right? They've dropped up so very much ever since that first day. They haven't found a footing back. They're still sitting, obviously, in 131 points. So the probability of that dropping out of the money spots is relatively low. But let's be honest, we went into this tournament saying that Egypt and Morocco, if they don't qualify, this is a huge disappointment to them. And that's what it's looking at right now.
It's an upset, and we're looking at an upset right now. We're looking at a possibility of an upset at least. Mauritius, they haven't been shining today. They haven't been glorious today, but they've been good enough, and they've been better. And that's all that matters here in the end. We got to touch on South Africa, I think it's fair to say. They started the day on 64 points in 8th place. They're right now in 4th with 97. I did the maths. That's 33 points in 2 games. Crazy stuff. No, but honestly, they're making a big comeback here. And we would say realistically, 4th is the best they could do. But if they go absolutely mental here, I'm all there for it. I'm all there to see it. To maybe make their way further up the leaderboard. But regardless of what they end up with, I think there's a lot of teams in that bracket, sort of between 4th and 8th, around that mark, that can make a massive jump on the scoreboard still because it's so close all around that area. That's a plane path.
I could hear the Arabian casters screaming before we did. I don't think we caught it right away, but what a plane path is that, ladies and gentlemen. That's, I mean, we've seen it the last time as well. It does result in early fights, more so than what we've already seen in the last Erangel game, where the plane path wasn't as horrible, and we still had so many contests for cars. We saw Kenya fighting, for example. We saw yesterday as well, 3 teams, 3 parties in Primors. This might happen again, at least with 2 of those. I could very much see that happening with how tough it is to get anywhere north of Pubg. So, we'll have to take a look and see on how many contests we'll have going here, how many early skirmishes. Plenty of teams opting to go for military base this time around. Even Tunisia is dropping somewhere around that potentially Navi split that we have going towards that northwestern bridge. And I'm not so sure if that isn't too big of a gamble, because I think they're hoping for a military zone. We haven't really had one yet, and this would obviously favor it massively. But is it going to happen? We're going to find out very soon. It is not, but it is still relatively close to Military Island.
It's an area we've seen a whole lot of zones in as well. It's known territory for these teams. We've had circles end south of Hospital. We've had circles end east of Gatka. And this is something the teams will be very familiar with. No Primor's cod drop again. And despite this crazy plane path, it's looking rather civilized. I say that. Contestation points, Novo. And look at Morocco. They are very, very close to some of these Mauritian members. This would be insane. If Mauritian is able to maybe get a run-over kill here, maybe pick up at least one of Morocco, that would be absolutely massive. But they're not going for guns. They are going for cars right now, so they're probably going to disengage this very, very fast here.
I want to see Kenya fighting again, because it's so unlikely to get into late game and find a fair fight as a 3-man. So starting off really early, it's been their strategy as well to get to 48 points, which is nuts. Realistically, just nuts. And Ghana and Niger, not even close to that either. So looking how close that leaderboard still is, like a couple of points each game from Kenya in the early stages could secure them maybe even a top 10 finish. Have to take a look and see. I think Djibouti is still very much to be caught up to. The rest of the team is going to get a little bit tougher. The team that has just won the last round and done so in very convincing fashion, now back in a hot drop. It is Somalia on the other side. Falcon just outside of it. Love these guys. Good vibes all around. The Somalian players, so incredibly sympathetic. Same obviously rings true for South Africa, who I at least haven't really had the pleasure to talk to all that much, but Somalian guys always up for a couple of chats, always up to talk about these games as well. And that's a massive nade. What an angle coming out from 6-goal. Falcon goes down immediately. There's no chance for retaliation. And to be honest, I wouldn't have expected that angle either. That had to be cooked to perfection.
Yeah.
And you can tell Falcon, he was not prepared for this one.
Takes his time to line it up. He does the geometry work. He calculates exactly how that's going to bounce, but he's also cleared the angles earlier with 2 Molotovs, right? He's Molotov the top and the bottom. Knows the player can't go anywhere, and that's things you love to see. You're taking randomness out of the equation. You're taking a lot of variables out of it as well, making sure, okay, nothing can go wrong here. He can't one-tap me with a shotgun. He can't catch me out while anything else is going on. So clean stuff from South Africa. And once again, I'll be a believer. I'll jump on the SA train if they make us buy into it a little bit more. They're going to break the 100-point mark as well here in a second. Just solid performances from them coming out. Not consistently good, but very good when they do get things going. Very closely followed by Madagascar as well. So once again, there's parts of the scoreboard that are incredibly stacked, and then there's parts of the scoreboard that are incredibly separated, looking at first and second, for example.
It's been the story of this tournament. These top teams running away from it. Now Egypt has made that big gap happen. If you've just tuned in, Egypt has won so many rounds. And if I say so many rounds, it's been more than half of it, which is something I've never said on a broadcast personally. Not even in scrims that I've casted. I've never seen a team, despite there obviously being the potential for more skill difference. Even then, I've never seen a team take up half of the games.
Yeah.
In first place. That's absolutely absurd. At a level like this on LAN as well, where, you know, everyone's getting used to new phones. They're not bringing their own ones after to create a fair environment. Everyone is playing on the same phones. Same setup, essentially. Same ping. To still take, even with such a level playing field, which is going to prepare them perfectly for Rio, by the way, as well, later this year, to win half of the rounds, that makes it even more incredible.
Yeah.
And Egypt... literally, just to be applauded at this point. 195.
We've had someone ask us earlier which of these teams would actually perform at the World Esports Championship if they do qualify. And you can bring up doubts about Morocco. You can bring up doubts about Mauritius. You can't doubt Egypt right now.
Yeah.
There is no way they could be more dominant. There is no way they could be better in this lobby realistically. So no matter how you value this lobby, no matter how hard you think it is to qualify from here, they've done the best they could, and they've basically played a perfect tournament. Yes, not every single game, but when you look at how Pubg works, and you look at how much goes into playing good games, but they've been absolutely fantastic. I can give you a bit of an idea. I'm writing down notes for every single game, and my notes last game are essentially Egypt claps Morocco, Egypt claps Mauritius, and Egypt claps the rest of the lobby. That was pretty much that last game summarized, and they had no trouble doing so, even with losing a player in phase 1.
I like your notes.
Yeah,
Kobo.
very high tier analysis.
That's straight up to the point. High tier analysis indeed.
Yeah.
But has there really been more to analyze? These types of rounds, especially 14 teams, and the way that so many teams have fought early, they're not to be analyzed deeper than that, really. Rotations didn't really play a meta in that round.
And
realistically,
none of the rotations was in any way able to keep up with the frag and power Egypt had.
No. As soon as they were on the hill, even before that, when they had the 1-1 split on the hillside, I was worried for a tiny second because Morocco could have and should have taken the hill when they realized Egypt had that split. And I think they only saw 2 players. I don't think they connected the dots, though, to realize that is Egypt. If they would have known, doesn't matter if there's 2 players, there are only 3 anyways.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could probably anticipate that the other 2 players will play on the other side of the hill, even if you don't know that player is down south towards that 1-story building.
Yeah.
But if they know it's 3 players anyways, even if that 3rd player is up on the hillside, you'll still take these fights. And you take it earlier.
I just realized that is at least the 3rd time we've seen Egypt win a 3 versus 4 versus Morocco. Right?
It's been the story of this tournament.
It's really just been the story. And
look,
it's been the downfall of Morocco.
If it happens again, exactly. That's the point I was just trying to make. Morocco, we've briefly touched on this last game as well. If Morocco, now for the next 4 games, and this is my theory, does not fight against Egypt anymore on these edges and doesn't run into them and Egypt doesn't focus them, they're going to qualify. They've been more convincing to me than Mauritius. Yes, Mauritius had the more consistent games, but look, as I said before, how many times has Mauritius really found Egypt? And Egypt is killing the entire lobby time and time again. So if Mauritius now is the team that suddenly meets Egypt on edges more often, they're going to be the ones that are to be taken out. I think. And yes, they've won some fights as well, but with the confidence that we've seen Egypt play, there's no way they're going out of this one cleanly.
Most likely not. Confidence is a hard boost to morality, to skill as well, to pretty much everything in the game when a game is so mental like Pubg is. Phase 2 comes on in. Players will have to get a move on. Not these teams, though. You see Madagascar, Egypt close together. They're scouting this out with cars. A few shots exchanged, a bit of damage done, but nothing lasting. Nothing apart from temporary damages. And both of these teams will continue looking for better spots. Mohamed, he's chilling at the PEL Road, Okay, love to see that. It's not the WEC road, but I think they've cruised down that road already. As we have again.
That's smooth, Kovo.
Even
for
yeah.
Even for you, that's smooth.
That's how you get paid the big bucks. You know, that's how that goes. Man, they should get paid the big bucks, and probably is again. He's got MVP in his name, and for good reason. He's been absolutely crazy today and overall in this tournament.
Again, and again.
Oh boy.
We keep on saying that sentence, and it's...
Time and time again.
And time again it comes through. I was about to say that as well. Yeah, every pun intended, by the way. Every single pun intended. He's been destroying this lobby. He's the MVP, the tournament MVP. I don't think much is going to change about that. We're going to have to wait and see until the end of the tournament what the statistics really have to say about that one, because I haven't personally taken a look at it. It's just a feeling that he... if he doesn't have the most amount of frags in that lineup, he's at least got the most amount of impact frags in terms of entries, in terms of finishing off fights.
And solo performances as well, right? He's closed out games, but look at this.
2 games already.
Look at this. This is getting a little dicey here. Tunisia, they're in close contention, and I don't think they know. They will know now with the car moving on. But they are in a bit of trouble here. They have to be very careful because they are locking horns with Egypt. I say that on the other side. Mali's come in. Egypt now has a big decision to make. How do they approach this?
It's a really tough one. They are once again trying to test the waters here on how far they can really stretch. And now Mohamed has entered the building. They have to be careful looking third party. First couple of shots are coming out. Mohamed is trying to look for an entry, but nothing happening so far. There's Hassan rotating in right behind him. He's being chased by Arthur. What is happening? That's a police chase if I've ever seen one. DBS in hand. One more shot connects, but it's not enough to take him down. And Mohamed inside the Molotov. He might just get taken down as well. This is not a clean fight so far from Egypt, but no one's been taken down. And there comes the third party. Tunisia pulls up on the hillside right behind them. But the point still stands. No one's found an entry.
No one's found an entry. Arthur barely escapes getting knocked down there as well. Makes it inside the building. Now Mohamed caught from the top, knocked and flushed. Tunisia has said hello. Arthur, though, shotgun around the corner. Finds a second. Can he find the third? What? Oh!
Arthur!
No way! He gets traded in the end, but what is that?
3 shots, 3 frags. Arthur is indeed one with the strength to pull things around, but so many knocks have been taken. Kronai now pushes around the corner. He sees so many players on that. It's a staircase. And I was about to say, 3 of them are knocked. He finishes 1. That means 2 knocked down, 1 player left alive. He's pushing straight down. He's got Nate in hand. He still wins it. Kronai! That lineup is not to be messed with. Even if there's half a second delay in him pulling out the weapon, he still wins it. Of course they do. And we were thinking about whether or not they were going to cross that 200-point line in this game. I am sure of it now.
And look at this, right? Look at this, Tunisia. They're here third partying. They're here killing one of Egypt. They see the fight going on. And they realize it's just one of Egypt left. We're leaving. We're not killing the solo. We're not taking that 4v1. We're getting the hell out of there. That's how much respect they're paying this player right now. And that's been paying dividends for Egypt, right? They've had this time and time again where they're playing as 2, but the lobby respects them as if they were 4. This is another one of those situations. Any other team, Tunisia would have probably just went and cleared that.
Probably would have. Morocco now with the first test, the first challenge on how important it is. How important it is. Nade in hand for Paramol. Marshall pops from back. Ooh, Paramol smelled that. He might have even seen that nade coming as he barely dodges towards the front side of the building again. He's still down to half HP though. It's going to delay things. Rage is still very far back. And I think because of this initial kind of back and forth, no one's really going to make a move too far, especially with Djibouti now being spotted in the distance.
Good bunch of shots put out by Senkai. DP, maybe not the favorite gun, but still solid in putting rounds down range. You see on the minimap though, Mauritius is coming on in. Nigeria is taking the fight in the compound, but Mauritius is filling in the back sides of this. They're in the swamp area. They have to be a little bit careful. 1 player close to them. But iRage is severely outnumbered here, severely out-angled as well. And this should be Mauritius here trying to get involved, trying to get themselves in a fighting position. But maybe not the beneficial one, but just yet. Djibouti third-partying from afar means Paradox is knocked. Yes, the fight's in the compound, but there's 2 fights going on at the same time. Big knock from Marshall, though.
Incredibly important to trade this one out. Marshall is being taken down to around 60 HP, though. And he's not reloading a shotgun just yet. M4 in hand. In the meanwhile, I think it's been another player that's almost been taken down. Quila taken down to 1 HP. Surely he's being taken down now. Lazy! He's gonna get it! And Paramount being spotted as well. Second frag. Not a single knock inside against Morocco at this point in time. But Rage brings things back. It's going to be tough to finish off Kerryman. Maybe he's got the potential now. He's closing the distance towards the building. Surely he wants to get inside of it.
Oh, he might get the
But
flush.
he's being spotted as well. Yeah, I think he's going for the flush. Morocco cannot let this happen. Morocco cannot let this happen. Well, Kerryman goes down. Disaster. Absolute disaster. It looked so good up until that knock. And that was a little bit too much of an ego peak.
He's playing with it. He's toying with them. He's jumping around. He's trying to delay them. He's trying to play around, figure out a way to get a 1 versus 1. He has at the top of the stairs, but now surely getting closed out. Senkai, don't get baited into a 1v1. The reload comes out, though. The shotgun does not connect. It's a big whiff. It's an important one. But now he has the angle, and Morocco cleans it up. 4 elims. They've lost Kerryman in the process, but at least they've won the fight for now.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Mauritius is in the distance. Djibouti is being taken down. Madagascar's Faker has been taken down, though. This is Morocco's good news. They will see this in the leaderboard. Maybe they can even party this. Faker's out. Paradox is knocked inside the blue too. This is falling apart for Mauritius as well. And that flash comes through as well. Paradox and Faker down and out. Mauritius down to 2. Morocco suddenly has the advantage again in this one. Be reminded, no one else is really going to be able to catch up, at least not in this game. Not even South Africa with a massive, massive game. But even they may have lost 2 players. So Morocco now with a chance to close that 9-point distance to Mauritius once again.
Oh, Lucifer. We've seen him do big work on the Sanhok, right? Remember, solo performance to keep him in it. Now he puts a little bit of pressure down range. This might allow Logic to actually make the rotation. They might be able to get him towards the south here if a few more smokes come out. Oh, it's a wide cross. Makes it down the ridgeline, though. A bit of damage coming on in. If they sweep around the south of this, they are very survivable here. They can play into positions that are still well in the zone. But if Morocco knows at all who they're fighting here, they're going to do anything in their power to close this off. And even if they don't know what team it is, if they figure out it's not a lot of them, they should still be going for these frags. It's not looking like they're well aware, though. They're still looking at all their possible options here, Falix. They're not laser focused in on Mauritius just yet.
Not yet. 4 frags is all they found up until this point. He sees Logic. I think he realized that is Mauritius now. If he hasn't, he'll gonna do so in a second. As soon as that first note comes in, Logic desperately trying to hold on. His teammate is now closing in on the compound, but he's not there just yet. And you can see with Marshall and Senkai and also Lazy kind of having an angle on this. I think they might expect that second player from Mauritius, even if he is that far outside the compound. Logic pull back into the vehicle. He hasn't healed, so that might give us an idea on how his inventory is structured. And is he going to even be able to get out of there? I'm not so sure. The sightlines is perfect from the compound, but maybe Lazy has got an angle on him, and he's surely shooting at him. He still makes it across. Oh, that is so important. He still makes it across. So Mauritius gets away with a scare.
And I'll say it again. I think they can sweep towards that quarry side here and probably find something playable. Yes, there's a swamp in front of them. There's not a ton of space. They have other teams to worry about, but they've dodged the bullet. They've dodged the Moroccan bullet that was pretty much waiting for them. And they might keep them in this for just enough. Madagascar is on the other side of things. Madagascar is 4 men up. Madagascar is confident. And we've seen these guys win even fair 4v4 fights versus this Moroccan squad. So they are not to be messed with. And there it is. Mauritius makes their way on the bottom side of Quarry. We'll have to wait and see if they are survivable there. But for now, they've escaped Morocco. And Morocco is not quite sure where to take this. They're taking their time with it. It's a run over on South Africa.
Are you kidding me? Is that how they start off this edge fight? And South Africa, we said this, they were already weakened. So I want to see what's happening over there. They take down 6 God. That's another point. Morocco is obviously still up a point, but
oh my God,
before this game, it's already been a big distance between Mauritius, at least to be caught up in just a single game. 9 points to be exact. I think it was something around there. Not sure that's the exact number, but it's somewhere around that average. And Mauritius now with another opportunity to take down Sully, to take down another player, to make that 4 eliminations and keep that distance the exact same.
Sully doing his very best to delay this as much as possible. He's getting every single smoke out. He still has 5 left. Maybe even wants to get out of here with the car. Yeah, he's not smoked a clear path, but he smoked both of his entrances. Made the push very hard, but if you're Mauritius, this circle just told you, okay, we have time. We have time to wait out these smokes. Yes, we want to clear this as soon as we can, so we can keep playing the game, but we have to wait out the smokes. We're not walking into double smoke doors in a 1 versus 2 scenario, and they've at least given themselves the time to heal back up. Not a ton of meds on Mauritius, but now they hear the car leaving. Now they know, okay, we have the space. That player has left us, and we can actually play a good game from here. Mauritius is just they got away with way more than we thought they could be.
They did indeed. And they've got the potential for more. And that single compound down towards the southern side is not a bad entry either. I think Morocco generally has the more fighting heavy side, which could mean an advantage, but also a disadvantage. Ali now picks up another one. He's been the man of the hour for Somali in the last game. He's probably going to try to do it again. That's some shots coming out from Lucifer, but he has to be careful. Shots are being traded back and forth. He's taken down to very low HP as well. Could have been tough for Mauritius if he goes down. But have just kept one player left alive now. Skur finally chimes in to the entire action on that southern side. The Erangel from Tunisia takes down Glitch, but there's still 2 players left alive. And the smokes are perfect. I think Somalia is going to be able to get the rest here.
Depending on the util that comes on in, it's a good bounce, but it's not enough. The second one looks better, though. That almost looks perfect. I think he's just behind cover. There's more coming in, though. It's another good nade. Well, now Scrub, he's getting close, but close is no cigar, and he's the one actually getting knocked. Double knock coming into Tunisia. Their games are just falling by the wayside today. They haven't been able to get anything going after such a promising day, too. Falling short here again. We see Krone, last one up for Egypt, still trying to make things work by himself. But we also saw a 3-man Niger pushing into a duo Mauritius, and that's the fight that I'm holding my breath for, because Krone, there's no way he stays alive in this. Surely, look at the damage he still does. Look at the instant headshot coming on out. But 4v1 in the open, no cover to speak of. That's a big knock in the kill feed. That's the second knock as well. And that's Niger falling apart right in the hands of Mauritius.
Ali, of course it is Ali again on that southern side, opening things up, and I said it's going to be tough. And look at this, Somalia, instead of fighting Tunisia, who are in a fight as well, they're breaching this. They are breaching this, knowing that Niger is in this compound as well. Logic, surely he's going to be run over. Logic, this could be massive, but he's just getting one single frag before he goes down. And the Moroccan crowd is cheering, rightfully so, Kovo.
They need this.
This is their chance again. 3 players left standing, they're already a point up. They could close the distance this very match.
They could, but it's not an easy task ahead of them. They still have Madagascar to deal with, and I don't think they have a whole lot of space for themselves. Yes, they're surviving, but they're just doing that. Not much more. No space gathered, no information gathered. They're in a low ground position. Now the circle has come their way, and now they might be able to hold on, but not an easy position to be in. This could be a position where they play a massive game out of Felix, and it could be a decision where if the timings go wrong, the wrong teams are allowed to peek above them, they could fall apart without a single additional point. We'll wait and see as we are watching whatever Somalia has planned for their fight with Niger.
Light in hand. Ali throws at the perfect place as well to at least do a little bit of damage. I'll take it back. Not the best place, but at least
he doesn't know Mugi's out there.
A couple of damage points being
He's
dealt.
in the corner of the building. He doesn't know there's somebody at the truck.
Are you sure? Because the first one went really, really deep. Then it might have actually been a rather bad one. Teammates are rotating off. Might bait Niger into peeking this. Good thing is, for Somalia, Niger has to move first, and the next zone is not that far off. They have a pretty safe crossing now that Tunisia has been eliminated on their southern side. And look, Senegal, they were the ones to eliminate them. They've kind of repositioned up towards the north.
It's a really good position to be in. Somalia is in a really good spot here. Once they clean this up, if they do, without taking a whole lot of knocks, they're in a good position to play this game from. Eagle is the first one taken out. Now there's a third party coming in. Spammer from the top. It's actually Ghana that does the damage and makes it hard. But Madagascar here has a big task ahead of themselves as well. And they're a 4-man team. They're still a force to be reckoned with. They might even be favorites to win this one.
Madagascar pulling up now. Mighty in all sorts of trouble as he tries to scare away the Madagascan players. But I think it's a matter of time until they engage this. Mighty picks the first one. It's an immediate flush. That's already falling apart for Madagascar here. That should not have happened. No trade whatsoever. He takes down one more. Are you kidding me? No way that's supposed to happen. Immediate trade, yes, but not after him taking out 2 players. That's almost enough to win this entire fight. Because look at these positions. He's not going away from the car, and now Sekram has to close the distance too. He's driving up, immediately pops out the shotgun. S12K in hand, no chance for the DBS at this distance. And the second one, of course, it goes the way of Senegal. What a clutch.
Picks it up for Senegal. Madagascar, dreams shattered, back to the drawing board. And there's plenty of reses to come on through. This is good news as well for Morocco. This has bought them a whole lot of time, and at least the Hilltop team has lost a player. Astra, Shy Boy, picked up as well. No problem. The mini comes through from Marshall, and they're making the space for themselves. But they desperately need to win this game. If they do, it's a massive step. It's a massive comeback, Felix.
It might just be. It might just be exactly that. 5 frags for Morocco, 5 eliminations. It's going to get so close. It's going to get so close after this one. That's not including the placement points. They might have already caught up with just 3 teams alive. And let's be honest, Ghana is going to go up before them. I don't see a way in which Spammer is not being spotted out before. They must have an idea on where he's playing from.
They must, but they can't do a whole lot about it. I don't think they don't want to get up that hill. If they do it in vehicles, and they should hopefully do it together. Right now I'm a little bit scared for Lazy, but he's trying to do his best to scout this out properly without getting tagged from range, without dying to a close range solo. But a few crazy shots from Sama could do the trick. Now, it's worked. It's the classic vehicle scout. It's given him the information. He's looking for the finish, but look at all the damage coming in, and that's exactly what I was talking about. It's the third parties that he has to worry about. And it's actually being stolen away by Senegal. They get the knock, but they also take down the solo, and just like that, we're down to a 2 versus 4 for the win here. Senegal, they're trying to do their very best to pick this up, but is that going to be possible? And Malone is making it possible. This is suddenly winnable for Morocco.
Yes, it is. Senkai is going to get the flush indeed. 6 eliminations for Morocco. They could come back in a single round and turn the overall leaderboard upside down once more. They've done so in the past. And you can hear the Moroccan crowd now going absolutely wild. They're cheering on them. It's just 3 players left, standing in between them and taking the second place convincingly once more after Mauritius. Again and again and again. They just cannot seem to finish off these rounds. They cannot make use of the advantages that they've been given based off of zone and position. This has been a really fightable zone for them. They just got caught on rotation. And with too many teams all around them, have lost the aim fights on top of that. So Mauritius going out that early, 6 frags for Morocco, second place. It's already enough for Morocco to overtake them. But what more can they do? Every single point now is massive on the overall leaderboard in terms of qualifying, going to Riyadh. Be reminded, $25,000 here and 130 when we go towards the World Esports Championship later this year.
What's happening right now is the biggest problem they have. It's getting Marshall into a zone. Senka already has a good position. He's in there for a while longer. He can try and put damage down range. But Marshall was the big problem. He's made the run now. He's managed to escape the angle Senegal was having. And now, all of a sudden, this is looking mighty winnable. This is looking mighty possible. If the circle does center up, this is going to be a pretty fair fight at some point. It's just more pieces of cover towards the top. But once you have to over-peak from the high ground, it's not as beneficial anymore. This is big, though. This is a big angle grab. And if Mighty doesn't fluff this, if Mighty doesn't get caught off guard without help from his teammate, this is all but over. And look at this. That's Marshall caught in the open. Senkai has it all to do, but they've got multiple angles on him. They've got the util as well. This is almost impossible for him.
Now he comes on through. You're saying almost impossible, but he's done impossible things before. Qualifying to PMGC. Senkai might just be spotted out any second. Mighty's already cooking up the nade. Surely that's impossible now. I'll retract that statement. Seems like it, surely. And that nade might just be perfect. It hits a little bit too early, but he knows where it's coming from right now. So Senkai, he immediately repositions to have an angle on top of the ridgeline. He's placing down very low. Headshot comes through the body. Shot to follow it off. Senegal takes down Morocco in the end, but not without a fight. In Morocco, that's fine enough in my books. That's fine enough in my books. Second place, 7 frags. I think it's been in the end 6 actually. Yeah. Now that I remember back at what their leaderboards told me. That's a good round to bring things back. That's massive. And honestly, that's confidence-wise. Just confidence-wise. When was the last time they've gotten second place? Yeah,
that's what they needed. That's what they needed, especially point-wise. On the board, it's going to look mighty fine. And we saw it there, Senegal celebrating the win. And rightfully so. They had to fight for it. They had to battle for it on the hillside. And they got away with the best position possible. But it's Morocco that closed the gap once again. It stays close. It stays contested. And they keep it exciting. They would have loved to win that. They would have loved to run away with this. That would have been completely breaking the seals, right? That brings you back into the rhythm. That brings you back into the game.
Broke Mauritius as well, because look how close these two teams were in terms of destroying each other around. Now Mauritius, I think, is going to look back at this round with hindsight, obviously, and they're going to think, what we should have engaged this, I guess. Yeah. Because even if they take down just a single player, second place becomes all the more unlikely. Yeah. So it's it's
Hard to
also
say,
about
right?
destroying each other's rounds when you're at a disadvantage from the get-go. So I want to see that happen maybe a little bit more in the next couple of rounds. On Morocco's side, even more so now that they're in the advantage. But we're going to have to wait and see. The scoreboard, I'm excited to look at it. It's going to be so incredibly close. We don't have it in the back of our screens right now. We're going to show you in a minute. It's still going to be a couple of points, I think. 9 points was the difference on Morocco and Mauritius going into this, if I remember correctly. I think it's been 9 points before that. Now Morocco, second place. Let's calculate this. They've done 12 points, yes. Mauritius has maybe done like 5. Yeah. I think Mauritius might still be ahead, but it's going to be really, really close.
We're basically back to square zero.
Basically
we're back,
best of 4
We're back
now.
to where we started, best of 3 at that. We've already
best
3 games
of 3.
in.
Oh
best
my.
of 3, yeah. We talked about yesterday that if
yeah.
Mauritius would pick it up, we'd go into a best of 9, best of 8, whatever. We're literally playing a best of 3 for the qualification to the World Esports Cup. The World Esports Championship, excuse me, today. And I think that was, there was a lot of things that could have gone wrong this game. There was a lot of things that could have gone right for Morocco. But I respect it. They make a really, really good send into that dip, and it gets them survivability. It carries them into the late game. And like I said, right, if the wrong team has all the space to peek on over, it's almost impossible. And that's essentially an impossible 2v4 to win. We're just getting so used to teams pulling this out of the bag. We're getting so used to duo wins by Egypt and Morocco especially, that we would believe in a little bit. But it's not something they should be sad about not winning. This was not a game they should be winning, especially after losing members early.
Also, we've been talking so much now about Morocco, Egypt, and Mauritius. It's still the African Esports Championship. Yeah. It's not just about these top teams going to Riyadh. It's about representing your nation to the best of your abilities. And Senegal has just done that as well. But I think the first chicken dinner as well, we're going to have to take a look at their scoreboard. I don't remember them winning a game just yet. They've come close 2 or 3 times. But 23 points, this is a dimension for them as well. They've been hovering around that middle pack. They've been able to close out the game. This has been a very well-timed and well-played one at that as well. They're going to look back at this and be really proud. Any Senegalese fan out there is going to be proud of that roster especially. Look how they fought themselves to the eastern side. This is a zone that literally is all down to timing and fighting itself. There's no rotation, no macro, no strategy essentially. It's all down to micro decisions. And Senegal, for starting off with Madagascar, even before that actually, starting off with Tunisia and how they handled that 3-way fight. I think Nigeria or maybe Mali was somewhere around that edge as well, one of these teams. And they still managed to come out on top on every single one. Yeah. And as soon as they saw Somalia rotating to the warehouse, that in my opinion is the decision that showed me that Senegal is also such a great and experienced team, someone that I underestimated as well. As soon as that rotate happened, they rotated back up towards the east, realized the only team that could really be dangerous for us right now is if Madagascar makes it up the hillside. Yeah. That decision alone, in my opinion, is just wow. Yeah. That tells me these guys have massive game IQ. Yeah,
that's the game-winning fight, and they closed that out nicely and easily. And it's a fight they need to win. It's a fight they probably should win, but against a team like Madagascar that's been super impressive throughout this tournament, it's not a given that you do. And nets them the benefits of the win. Somalia, we have to say, right? We love to see this. Now it feels like the pressure is off a little bit. They've accepted that they're not playing for first or second, and they are playing better than ever before, getting frags consistently. We've seen Ali pop off like crazy, and they do it here again, but in the end, hard to get out of that position, hard to get out of the quarry area.
Very tough.
But they clean up multiple teams there, and they end the dreams of Mauritius as well. Remember, Mauritius 2-man in those warehouses. They could have gotten themselves 4, 5, 6 more points, maybe. Somalia gets mighty aggressive there and just cleans them up.
Good stuff from Somalia. Good stuff from Senegal as well. It's been plenty of teams now in the middle of the pack that have finally come alive. As you said as well, the pressure's kind of come off. I'm just hoping, the only thing I'm hoping for this one, I think so many countries have shown us great PUBG Mobile. I want to see Niger and Kenya have a little bit more time to shine now. Yeah. Niger especially, first female athlete here, super enthusiastic PUBG Mobile esports nation as well. These guys love the game. It's amazing to see that passion, and such generous players too. Like just the humility on these guys, the enthusiasm to play here, to kind of take in this experience of being part of the African Esports Championship. I got to give these guys very sympathetic as well to kind of be talking to. We had so much fun interviewing them. So much fun interviewing them. So I want to see a little bit more love in terms of points as well for Niger. It's been a tough road so far in these finals.
It's the same thing every time, right? You're always sad for the teams that end towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but there always has to be someone there. That's the way scoreboards work. You can't just have teams winning. Not everybody is going to be winning teams all the time. But yeah, like you said, it's a big experience for a lot of these teams. It's a big experience for the region. It's a big experience for Casablanca and Morocco as well, hosting this event. If you're not here in person, you don't really have the full impression of what's going on behind this stage. We also have the CS going on. The crowd was going wild earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know who won.
Must have been a close game, though.
It must have been an exciting game because there was a lot of things going on in the background trying to distract us from the Pubg Mobile that was going on.
Yeah.
It's been a blast. It's been a blast, and it will continue to be a blast here today because we're getting close, and we're staying close, and it's up and down, but it's not decided just yet.
Iesf is making things happen all around the world. First historic African international tournament, African esports championship, and on top of that, you also get 2 places for the top 2 teams to go to Rio later this year to compete against everyone in the entire world. America's qualifier, Europe qualifier, Asia and Oceania qualifier. All of these teams are going to come together, and it's going to make for one hell of a tournament.
Should make for one hell of a tournament. We'll bring you more games in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. More Pubg Mobile following.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Many people who try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back everybody after that short break. Half of the day is done, half of the games are in the bag, but we still have 3 more rounds coming at you. We have 1 Erangel left in the tank, and then we're heading to beautiful Miramar to close out the day. Felix, it's getting close, it's getting tight, it's getting spicy. What do you think?
What am I supposed to think? I'm not so sure anymore. Going into day 2, we said there was not going to be a team. No way there was going to be a team catching up to Morocco. And now they're trading places.
Yeah.
Mauricio is the team that has done it, the country that has come here and surprised us all, at least on my side. Because we talked to the players, we said that before. A lot of LAN experience on that roster. We didn't know, obviously, between the ping differences, they prefer the LAN environment in their region. And that makes a whole lot of sense with how they're performing in this tournament up until this point. The African Esports Championship will be decided with just 3 more matches after we've seen 15 already. It's going to be exciting. I'm just going to put you on the spot. Prediction-wise, 3 more matches to go. I think it's fair to say that you've got somewhat of an idea on who's going to take top 2.
You're making this hard for me, because this is the round where we heard in the stadium as well. I can't not say Morocco now, can I? I have to say Morocco is making it. We don't know for sure just yet. They look more convincing, but the numbers don't lie, right? There's a reason Mauritius is still up there. They don't look as flashy, they don't look as fancy, they don't look as exciting, but they've kept up. It's so close. I don't even want to make predictions. I'm feeling like Morocco is going to do it, but it's in everybody's hands.
It is in everybody's hands indeed. Last round, it was Morocco once again, putting up big numbers. We haven't yet looked at the overall standings, but I think nothing has changed, at least in terms of positions. I think 9 points has been the difference before that game. With that last one, though, Morocco taking 2nd place, it might be down to just a couple. So at this point, it's almost entirely open for absolutely everybody. The rest of the lobby, though, with top 3 taking the majority of the prize pool, is going to have to think of something. Because at this point, if you don't win 2 out of 3 rounds, for any of the runner-ups even, it's going to get almost impossible.
We are going into Erangel. We are going into a plane, and it's a little bit better than the last one. It's not as crazy far south. It's still not entirely throughout the middle, but it's going to leave some teams with a bit more peace regarding loot spots. And it's going to maybe mean that we don't see for the 3rd time in a row people dying in that quarry area. We saw Kenya defending that with all they had multiple rounds in a row. This time, it's a tiny bit less crowded, but I still see plenty of parachutes going towards the southwestern side of the map here, as a lot of our teams have decided to go for their normal loot spots, and they're starting it off peacefully.
I'm excited to see some of these rotations now in Phase 1 and Phase 2. I want to see if Morocco thinks of something creative once more. We've seen that happen, especially on Sanhok. I think that's where they've been the most creative in the first 2 phases. Obviously, there's way less rotation path things that you could potentially actually rotate on through, so that makes it easier for Morocco, at least up until Phase 2 on Sanhok. And that's going to be a little bit more difficult on Erangel.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky with a team close by as well in Kenya here. But I want to draw your attention to that northwestern side of the map. We've seen Mauritius there going towards the South Georgian Pole area. They told us we're not shying away from hot drops. It's the other teams running away. And this time, Nigeria has chosen not to run away. And it's looking like that might be a bit of an early struggle. Remember, this was the first time we really seen Mauritius pick it up, was when they had a banger game on Sanhok. And they win the crates hot drop right after on day 1. So that's where we saw them excel for the first time. And they're going to have to do it here again. 4 points to start the round would be massive for them, especially mentality-wise to get them in the swing. But it always costs you a lot of time. It can cost you a lot of resources. Hot drops aren't easy.
Definitely not. Not in this lobby. With even the 3 men of Kenya, time and time again, showing us that even a hot drop scenario, you do not want to mess with them. These guys, not to be underestimated. In overlooked region, that's the first thing they told me. The very first instance on my first experience with them, the first time I met them. Is there anything you wanted to tell us? And they just said, it's an overlooked region. Kenya, no one knows about any Kenyan teams, essentially, at least not internationally. And they said that that's a mistake. Yeah. That's a mistake on everyone's part. Now, obviously, they came here with just 3 players, one unfortunately having travel issues, with which is crazy to think about in the grand scheme of things, that only 1 player essentially didn't make it to this tournament with these massive amounts of athletes coming here to Casablanca. It was bound to happen to someone. That it only happened to a single player is kind of an accomplishment on Iesf's part itself. But yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't make it any easier for Kenya, right? 3 players now to start things off. Once again, be reminded, that's crazy. The disadvantage you have going into these rounds as a 3-man is absolutely absurd. Like, you cannot imagine. I think you can easily double the points to get an estimate on how they would have played with a 4-man.
Wouldn't be unreasonable to do so. No hot drop really to speak of for Mauritius. They have decided to take the crates area, and they've left Nigeria around the southern George Paul parts. They might still try to go for a fight here later on. They might still try to cut off some of these rotation paths, and there it is. Paradox has found an angle. We don't know which one. We don't know where from, but it is the hospital player that picks up a massive spray down from range, and that opens things up. And now that's going to send a signal. Yes, sure, they can get that res, but this should be the go sign for the rest of the Mauritian squad to go for something around this. He almost gets a second there.
That's like 300 meters. Are you completely insane? Paradox. He's got to be focused out of his mind right now. He knows how important every single frag is.
Love to see this, by the way. Faker instantly going to the hill.
Yeah, Faker is immediately repositioning. He wants to make sure that that push, any potential push from Nigeria towards the player that they've just knocked isn't happening. He's got a pretty good idea. He's probably marked on the map on where these two players are. They have revived in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
Thing is now, how much more time do you want to? How much more time do you kind of want to waste on this? I'm saying waste. If it works out perfectly for them, that's not a waste at all. Especially not phase 1 of 14 teams. But there's the return. Nigeria doesn't want to go out without a fight, and Quilla takes down Paradox. That's a 1-1 trade up until now.
But this one might be a flush.
Is Nigeria gonna breach this? No. Okay. I was thinking for a second if they turn straight left, they could have driven up the hill, but I think not as a two-man. I think they're expecting another player to be up there. Little do they know, there's no one there right now for Mauritius. They've just now grouped up. So if they would have driven there immediately, they probably would have caught the knock.
This is going to tell us a little bit about what these teams want to do in this game.
No.
It is not a disengage. It's a pull-up. Nigeria is in there, and they would find themselves in a 3 versus 1 if they do contest it right now. A player has landed on the hillside as well for Mauritius, but not close enough for contention. The res might barely go off, but they're instantly in the fight here. This is heating up in just a matter of seconds. Logic has to do it all. He finds one. He finds the second.
Logic!
And Logic again keeps Mauritius in it.
2 more players left standing. It's Aishon and his teammates just around the staircase. Well, look where iRage is. Look where iRage is. He's so far away. And now Paradox, first of all, make sure to confirm these frags. It could have all been over so soon for Mauritius. But instead, they're staying in this one. The rest to pull through, and that rest is massive. Aishon peeks around the corner. It's Logic again with 80 damage. But he's still in the running for this. He's got the DPS. We know how dangerous it can be. iRage in the meanwhile, he tries to roll it up. He gets taken down. Another headshot comes through. And that's the distance we said Morocco was able to gain in that last game. Immediately done and dusted. 4 points just like that. Early hot drop goes their way. Despite that first knock being the one from Nigeria after the initial contact happened. Massive, massive stuff. This is going to get them into the loop. And look, Morocco is going to see this on the kill feed.
Yeah.
And they're going to get thinking. Everything we've just witnessed, everything that we've brought back in match number 3 of today, that's out of the window.
Yeah. Slipping through your fingers. Potentially the best position to get knocked in for Paradox there. Getting himself knocked out actually baits them into the push. Obviously not intentional, but the way it's worked out, it's a thing of beauty. Nice spray from Jabba with the SMG from range. Also, they've been popping off a few shots. They've lost a member here, Djibouti. One of the only other team that has gotten themselves into a fight. Senegal is one to take that down. We still have a minute for phase 1 to close. We still have a lot of rotations on our hands. But like you said, a Mauritius, a South Africa, and Egypt, they will have seen what happened. And they will have seen what just happened in the kill feed. And they know that the pressure is on now.
Couple of shots being traded back and forth. Mighty has to be careful of not getting into the mix of things as well. So far, it's only been Nasty Boy that's really been damaged. And there's Egypt in the distance. I'd really like to hype this fight more than I am right now. But then again, Egypt is that far ahead. It's not about Egypt anymore. Egypt has probably, and I'm saying probably because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but probably taken the African Esports Championship already. It's all down to who's going to go to Riyadh, who's going to take 2nd and 3rd place, maybe even 4th, depending on how Morocco plays this match and how well Africa and Madagascar now play these last 3 ones. As we're on match 16 already, we're getting close to the finish line. And if that happens again, I might just lose all my remaining hair because Morocco and Egypt are once again deciding to play on the exact same match. And we said it a million times by now. If Egypt engages Morocco, they have almost never lost it.
It's crazy how they find themselves on the same side of the circle every single time. even without frags in the kill feed, even without information about the other squad, they still end up in the same positions. They play a similar style. They know what's good. They know what they like in these spots. And it does lead them into a whole lot of fights. Tunisia, a team we talk plenty about, not their day again. They've only been able to play a good second day, and everything else has been rather lackluster for them. Bit of a heartbreak as well, as they have slid back down into what I believe is a 9th or a 10th place. They're now cruising into Egypt territory, and that's always a rough proposition.
Niger, we said we wanted to see more of them. They've got 3 more chances to show that they're here to represent their nation to the best of their abilities. Unfortunately, up until this point, it's not happening. It's just not happening. The competition is too well prepared. And all these top teams, with how early they engage teams that are further down on the leaderboards, they don't make it easy for anyone that's trying to catch up or even tries to make a couple of movements on the leaderboard. And especially for a team like Niger that's been caught up in early fights against some of these top teams time and time again. It's been so very rough for them, right? And if that happens twice, even 3 times, 4 times in a row, you're losing all your confidence, essentially. You don't think you can win a fight anymore, an isolated one. At that point, you said it yourself, Pubg Mobile, it's all about confidence to some degree, especially in a lobby like this. It becomes so very tough. Ali engages it. Of course, Ali is going to win that initial fight. Tunisia have to get the trade. Ooh, he's being caught off guard, though. Hammer, right side around. He still has to be careful of not being driven over. Glitch barely misses him. But his teammates are there to support him. Hulk over the left-hand side. 2 players from Tunisia now rotating into the distance. But it's been Glitch that actually took down Hammer, so it's a 2-1 trade.
Skirp comes over the top with the car, finds one for himself, but it's a messy one at best. And there's the third parties coming in. Egypt sees this, hears this, smells this, and they pick up one from range. Now, that's the cleanup. That's the last one going down for Somalia. But once again, Egypt is not done here. They want to get into this. They want to be a part of this fight. As long as it was a fight, they might disengage it now. They might reset, but they've gotten their point, and they've brought themselves one step closer to continuing to show dominance on the first place of the leaderboard. And this is the things they've been doing all day. They've been doing this whole tournament. Take control, take information, and then you just roam around and you just bully everybody in your side.
More scares now for everyone else in this lobby. The only thing that really is important for everyone else now is to kind of put together the puzzle pieces and realize where Egypt is on the map. Because I think Morocco might have heard some of these shots, and if they connect that one frag from Egypt, even that one frag, they know which edge they're playing off of, so they can potentially realize, hey, they're playing on the southern side of the Pachinki Hill, and are potentially able to dodge it. Now, that's a lot of dots and a lot of puzzle pieces that have to be strung together to get that information. But I think Morocco is the team that, if anyone, is able to do just that. So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not they realize that, or whether or not they will be engaging later on. Next knock comes out. It's the team that has surprised us almost the most today. It's South Africa bringing things back. First knock, and I think it's going to be a flush against Tunisia as well. No one really close to get the res.
There's the flush coming on in. And ironically, the circle is going to Pachinki, and the Pachinki team is outside on the hill. Morocco has actually taken the city for themselves, getting themselves a nice shift on in. But this might be one of the rare times where we don't see Morocco-Egypt squaring off. I'll bite my words on that probably. They'll find a way. They usually do. But just looking at the map there for a second, it was looking like Mauritius might have to fight their way on in. But either way, no matter what happens this game, they've already gotten their 4 points. They already gotten themselves a little bit of a buffer. This can never be a terrible game anymore. This can never be a game where they say, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever, because they already gotten themselves 4 points. 4 more, you're already looking at a good one, right? This is a beautiful start for Mauritius. As we see Skirp surely not going for that drop. He might with the buggy. He might try to smoke himself a path and then drive up there. Maybe with the cover from his teammate. Maybe that can be the thing to bring them back into this round a little bit.
A lot of angles he's going to have to cover, though. It's going to make it incredibly tough for him to get out of this one. And 3 players in the compound at the very least. I think there's a 4th one, actually. I couldn't see any split that would be beneficial for South Africa in this point in time. As we head on over to Pachinki, this is interesting now. The 3-man Kenyan lineup has made it into the city. Question is, does Morocco know this? Do they even bother? The way they've set themselves up in the city is solely based on the circle, at least.
Yeah.
4 rotations towards the southern side. Every single position is on that tree. That's a very unusual position. Usually you want to have someone towards the east end of it. It's just like kind of like the C area, as we call it. This time around, though, it's every single one southern side. It's in one straight line, so it's all about information. I'd be surprised if they will fight Kenya here, even if they realize there's another team in here. I think it's solely based on, on this circle at least, that they want to rotate out towards the south.
I don't mind it. I think that's a solid way to approach this, especially you're not trying to take more than you can, right? You're not trying to hold more ground than you possibly could defend. And I love to see that from Morocco. We talked about their splits a little bit, how they think maybe they were going a little too far on some of them. This time, they're making sure, okay, we're taking one side of the road. Sure, we're taking all of it. But at least we're not trying to take the whole city for ourselves or multiple blocks. Might get hard to cross later on, so I don't mind this at all. Circle 4 is about to head on in. And it's telling us that we are probably going to the Pachinki Hill. At least somewhere between Egypt and Morocco. And obviously, I mean, it's the story of the tournament. No, those two and Mauritius coming on into the same area. We have the triangle of the top 3 all together on the north side of the zone.
The triangle of death so far. The top 3 fragging teams. The top 3 teams in terms of points as well. Everyone inside the circle. Everyone else has to make their way inside. That means 7, essentially 8 teams even, that still haven't gotten the full 4-man inside the current safe zone. Now, the way Egypt is playing this, they want to focus on one side, which is completely understandable. This has almost been too good of a shift for Egypt. They have to rotate out of the center to not get overtaken by anyone else. And you can see this. They're kind of focusing more towards the western side now. And I think as soon as anyone tries to play that hill, they're going to group up even further. I don't think they're going to fight every single one. They know how much potential they have in this one. They have literally just one around there. And these circle endings, they can only have so much variance up there. Essentially, it's going to end on the hill. That's what we know already. Unless it shifts back north in the very next phase, it's not going to end in Pachinki either. It's almost impossible to. So I want to see, obviously, Morocco now as well, preparing for that shift.
I would have loved to see what Egypt did here on day 1. Because right now, they can take tons of space. They can say, all right, you're coming to a hill, you're dying. We're going to fight off every last one of you. And we've seen them pull off things like that just because of sheer confidence, sheer individual skill. But they don't have to do this anymore. Madagascar, Erangel is popping off. Oh, Pubg, you've got to be careful. Mighty finds him. Timings do not work out. The trade's there for now, but this fight has to go into full effect. And look at the minimap. This is an absolute mess. Mali wants to say hi. Tunisia's still close by. This is not a fight anybody coming out as a winner.
Definitely isn't. We're talking about triangles. This is essentially the Bermuda Triangle of things. Everyone is going to group up around this hillside. And it's essentially King of the Hill at this point because everyone's going to fight for it as well. There's no other reason not to. You cannot coexist on this eastern edge. There's just not many positions you can really play and coexist right next to each other. That's going to be the first wipe. Mali sweeps through, takes the last player, and that's Senegal eliminated. Madagascar still very much on this edge, though. Pubg was the first one to get taken down, but they're not the first team to be taken down. Not even close. South Africa in the distance. Tunisia is still in the mix of it. And everyone's trying to keep their cars alive, at least for now. But once again, sooner or later, that's not really going to matter much. Mono has now been spotted out. He's going to get driven over as well. Flash probably taken off for the Madagascar squad. There it is. Zora is able to finish him off the UMP. Still, this is far from over. You can see the 4-man from South Africa down south. You can see a Tunisian player still has to make it across from the Wizard Tower. And Madagascar, they have to cross the street as well.
That single Tunisian player is costing South Africa a whole lot of time. They're almost guaranteed to pick up that kill point, but they're putting a lot of effort and a lot of time towards this. They're not taking the valley just yet. They are staying east of it. They are staying on their compound side for now. And yes, they should be catching that kill. They should be catching that player out. But there it is. Comes out in the kill feed. They get themselves the frag. A team like Madagascar could have potentially beaten them to the valley, to the road, but so far it's not looking like it, and it's looking like they will stay in control, and they will stay with 4 alive.
One of the first times now, one of the first rounds where the top 3 teams are very close to each other, but they're not fighting just yet. Everyone knows how much potential they have in this round, and I love it. Look at the rotation Morocco has taken. I said they should prepare for this next zone to shift down south. Everyone knew it, even a zone beforehand, that this was not going to end in Pachinki. And they've made it across. They've gotten into the one-story building. Morocco now in a really great spot to at least make it to late game. And potentially, depending on how many teams are going to rotate out of the city, even plenty of kill potential, maybe even more than Egypt. And that's the first one. Carryman takes down. I think that was Logic as well. That's direct competition. This is massive in so many reasons. They know where Mauritius is based now.
Exactly, exactly. It's not going to be a flush. No way it is, but it gives the information over. It doesn't only slow Mauritius down, it also lets Morocco know where the direct competition is, and they're going to be laser focused on just that. They don't want Mauritius to move anywhere further towards the circle. They want to keep them contained. They don't want to let them in the field. They don't want to let them to the hillsides, and they're going to do their very best to keep that from happening.
Next fight's coming up, and that's going to be interesting for Mauritius as well. Mauritius now knowing that Morocco is probably going to be able to gatekeep them. What do? Well, you just take every single fight in the city and get as many kill points as you can. You know there's 4 teams in there. In my opinion, that would be the best decision now. You're not winning this one out of the position that you have, at least not against some of these top teams on the southern side. You got to know that Egypt is playing around that hillside too, just based off of last game.
Yeah.
So your decision-making should change right now. Mauritius, make the best of this one. Fight through the city, get as many kills as you can, and you'll still have a great game.
I have 2 questions. Do they have cars safe? And do they know about Kenya? Because I don't think Kenya has been very loud. I don't think Kenya has been involved in a whole lot of fights. They've been quiet in the Pubg area for a long time, and they're right behind Mauritius right now. So they have to hear them. Maybe they have a bit of an inkling now, but that is one thing they'll have to take care of first before they can start flexing out and taking fights to teams further into the city. The southern hill is heating up as well. The southern hill is about to explode, and there it is. That's the first explosion. But it's not just South Africa, it's not just Niger, it's Egypt in the mix as well.
Gobi, and there's a trade back though. Niger doesn't want to go out of this one without a fight. And they've done, Joe, just that. Reverb has been taken down, has been knocked, but there goes the flash. Egypt from the backlines. Kronite takes down Luke. That was the last player. Niger immediately being taken out in 10th place. No placement points in this round either. And Arthur, he keeps on going. He takes down Sunny. He takes down Six God. He takes down every single one of that southern edge. And just like that, Egypt has found themselves so much more space all around that hillside. They didn't need to take this fight. But they know they have absolutely nothing to lose, so why not do it anyways?
Look at the confidence on that man. Steps on over, sees 2, finds 1, finds the second, doesn't even care to take a third fight. No problem at all for the man Arthur and for Egypt. These guys are so hot. You just don't want to be fighting them right now. And that's true for Madagascar as well. But if you'd like to look at the minimap there, Morocco has even flexed out to the shack. They're trying to close out Madagascar at the same time. Again, he's so hot at this point, he's fighting vehicles. If he can't find opponents for himself.
Fair enough. There's no one there to challenge him anyways, individually. At least not today.
That Uaz is.
If that Uaz, maybe. If he stands a little bit too close to it. But that makes sense. He's trying to create some more cover for him. Make sure the vehicle blows up. Means the enemy can't really take him out that way. And they're shaping things up now for this next fight. Madagascar knows this as well. And that next circle, unfortunately, for any Egyptian fan, has shifted the worst way possible. And for any Moroccan fan, it shifted the best way possible.
Yeah.
Because we are going into the open field. This is a massive circle from Mauritius as well. Look at how many teams have to move. And yes, Kenya doesn't need to cross the street just yet, but next phase, they almost certainly do. And at that point, it's going to get a shooting gallery for Mauritius.
Yeah. And Mauritius has smelt this out as well. They've heard the steps. They've seen the players. They know there's a threat on their north that they will deal with first. And they are in a great position to do so. Nobody else has to leave the city just yet. It's only Egypt and the teams on the southern side, Madagascar as well, that have to move now. The real question is, what does Stage 7 do, right? What happens once these fights on the south conclude? It's a shooting gallery, it's a nading gallery, it's Egypt all over the place. They're running this down. Slay, he's trying to get away. He's going nowhere. Zuxi says no. They got more util to follow this up, and this squad is not to be stopped. These are your African esports champions, and they're playing like they are. No problem for Egypt. 9 elims. They're going to go further from this. They're going to see what they can do. It's not an easy rotate. They don't really have anywhere to go, but I wouldn't doubt them that they pull something out of the hat here because they're just too damn good right now.
Look how many vehicles they have. That's the one thing Egypt has got going for them. If not the circle, they've at least got potential to rotate in. And the question now is, who's really going to stop them? The next team over is Morocco. And I think Morocco has to prepare for that breach now. I don't see any other position that Egypt is going to be taking. If they have a 4-man inside that building, there's no other way in the open field, especially with how many teams are still on the northern side, to have any position in the open field, right? You could maybe make it down towards where I think Mali is playing, or Ghana is playing right now, right? These little dips in front of the city. But I think that breach is going to come out, and it's coming out now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is such an important fight now for Morocco. First nades are raining on through. And the good thing is, Egypt, they're at a little bit of a disadvantage, but they've got the utility to defend this, and so does Morocco. Still, no entry has been found. Carryman now takes that one, and the flush immediately follows.
How is he making the run? How is he making the run on in? He's getting inside the building as well. It's a team knock coming out of Egypt. Morocco is doing what they can to stay in this. The nades are coming out. The trades are not there just yet. Kronai finds one, though. They're making this costly. They're making this hard. It's just one up for Morocco.
Just one up, but it's again. And he's saved them so many times. Egypt. Where is he, though? Where is he? Marshall, he needs to hit the DBS. Krona, he's got one more shot, one more chance. He takes him down. And Morocco, just like that, from one of the worst positions in this entire circle to one of the best ones, and straight back to one of the worst ones because they've been eliminated. Just one single point has been gained. And Mauritius, I didn't think they were going to stay alive even until phase 6. They have, with this circle shift up towards the north. And I said it before, so much kill potential now inside the city.
That's a hard break.
Oh,
that is
my word.
Hard break for Morocco. This was their game. This was their position. This was their breach to defend. And it was starting off well as well. They had Carryman in the shack to pull off a nice and easy first kill, right off angle. Well done. Instantly flushed out as well. And then there's a team knock from Egypt. And somehow it still falls apart. Somehow they get 2v4. They're in the end. Mauritius is still up and kicking, 4-man strong. Yes, they've lost HP. Yes, they've lost some of their vehicles, but they can pick up Kenya here. They can try to close out their edge, do as much as they can. They've already outperformed. They've already created more of a gap.
It must hurt so much. Morocco, an argument can be made that they would win this round just based off of Egypt's position that they have now, the one that they've been holding before. Rotation comes on through, no chance for Kenya to make it across. Jay actually does, I'm mistaken. Jay makes it inside the shack, but he's being taken down. That's going to be finished, surely with a knock and potentially flush as well. It's just going to be a matter of time until he bleeds out, because Utopia is the last player left standing, and he has one hell of a cross to do. One hell of a cross in front of him as well. He's trying to take the vehicle. There's no way he makes this, right? Nate comes out, but he's not being shotted right now. I'm saying Jay is going to bleed out. How is he still alive? How is Mufasa not shooting him in either? Has he made it inside the shack? There is no way.
He's still alive. He's still kicking. Somehow Mauritius is taking the knockdown. Mauritius is making the send. They're not going for a fight. They're trying to play the field. They're trying to survive. I'm not sure how possible that's going to be. At least for now, they've kept the play. Oh, Paradox finds one. Where is that coming from? Paradox is behind Egypt. Paradox has somehow cruised on past. They didn't see him. They didn't know. He's making this hard. He's keeping Mauritius in this, at least for now, but surely not going to be able to pull the 1v4.
I mean, you'd think so. You would think so. Paradox now. 2 more players needed. Soxy takes him down. Headshot. And just like that, it's going to get a whole lot more tricky for Mauritius. Where's the rest of the players? They're raining in. Egypt now has to take this fight, and they're being forced into it. In the meanwhile, it's got Mufasa. He takes down one. He has the chance for a second one, and he's being taken down by Shyboy, so that edge is cleared as well. And it's all down to Mauritius now against Egypt. 2 knocks, I think, on Egypt's side. Mauritius, they've got the advantage to do so. Again, he's got the P90. Is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. That's a heartbreak once more for Morocco.
That is 9 frags. How has Mauritius made it across the field into Egypt? No problem at all. They've 3v3'd them there in the compound now. Incredible scenes. Logic picks up another one. They're winning this game now, Felix. They're running away with it.
And this position has gone from Morocco to Egypt to Mauritius. I mean, what more are we going to... What more
I'm done.
How much more can we expect from one of the last games of the African Esports Championship at this point? Morocco had everything they needed. They fall short once more. A position in which they should have realistically won the round convincingly as well has now been gained by Mauritius. They're fighting themselves not only through the city but also to the western side. Paradox there.
He's got to be the player to name.
He sacrificed himself, but he opened up that entire breach towards Mauritius. It's far from over, ladies and gentlemen, but Mauritius has now gotten the perfect position to overtake Morocco once and for all and make that happen for the next game as well. With how that difference, with how big that difference potentially is going to be after this one. They have the opportunity to get 4 more frags, and realistically, they're going to get these as well. Mufasa has already been shot down. Lucifer takes him, not only takes him down, but also gets the flush too, as Kenya is going to be the next team to move.
Everybody's playing for second at this point. Nobody is fooling themselves that they are the favorites here, that they are meant to win this game. Kenya, they're battered and bruised in the shack. They're just trying to hold out. They want Shibo to go out. They know that Ghana's still in this. They know there's another placement point to grab. Potentially a kill for them as well. This is not just a secured kill for Mauritius, but it is essentially a secured win at this point. Something incredible would have to happen for this to go wrong.
Yeah.
Roof angles, high ground, 3 gear, util. They've got everything they need. They're closing this out. It's a matter of seconds until the shack's out of the circle. They're blowing up the cars. It's just not going to go anywhere. Kenya, they know this as well. They know their days are numbered.
Kenya has no reason to deny these points. They might as well try. Che outside the shack, racks that around. He still stays alive for a couple of more seconds. Shots being fired. Logic takes him down. One player, one more, just one more, and they take down every single one. It is 4 more frags being secured by Mauritius, and they've done the impossible. Oh my word! That was Morocco's game to lose, but they cannot. They cannot close out these fights against Egypt. It's their absolute kryptonite so far in this lobby.
They can't catch a break. They were in the winning position. They did everything right to get there, and they can't win the 4 versus 4. And it cost them so dearly. It cost them so much, so many points that Mauritius is able to grab here. But don't forget about what Mauritius is doing there. They are stuck in Pachinki, and they somehow get a player across the field. Paradox, unnoticed, drives into the compound, opens everything up, buys them all the time they need. This is, oh my God. Imagine you're a Moroccan player, and you're spectating, you're dead, you're watching that, and that's what happens. You get cleared in the compound, and Egypt somehow swept aside.
We said the Moroccan lineup, their biggest weakness was that they didn't play for almost a year. And you can tell in some of these fights, the cover, the angles, they're not quite right, time and time again. And that shows not necessarily against a team like Senegal, like Ghana, a team that they've just individually, realistically, should have the advantage on. And they had as well. First day, they were surprising everyone. But as soon as teams are starting to realize what Moroccan's playstyle is, and as soon as Egypt realized that as well, that they're taking 1v1s almost every single fight, they're just 2v1ing and isolating them in every single team fight they have. And that's where Egypt's strength lies as well, their team play.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily better players, but they're playing together more structured and more solid. And it's down to practice at the end of the day, right? The Moroccan squad, as we said, they haven't played a big tournament in almost 1.5 years. So where is it going to come from? It's not a matter of training for 2 weeks. You need months and months to prepare to get to the level that Egypt is or that Mauritius is. And so it's incredible to me that Morocco is that far that high up on the leaderboard and that they have a chance at this one. But it was, I guess, now looking back at it in hindsight to some degree, we should have expected at least some form of drop-off after that play style on day 1.
They were always more flashy. They were always more flashy, but they were never more consistent. And Mauritius was the definition of flashy in that last one. No right to win it. 22 points out of it. 22 points, 12 elims and a win. That's a heartbreak for Morocco. They have 2 more games to make it right. They have 2 more games to come back from this. Nothing is over at all. But that game was the game they were hoping to close it out.
Yeah.
And they were in the right position. And it hurts so much more when the circles go away from you, when the game is incredibly hard and you can't really make it up. That's one thing. When you did everything right, you're in the position to win the game, and you just get absolutely destroyed by Egypt there in that fight. It hurts so much. It's so hard to come back from. They really got to just fully reset this and put everything into the last 2 matches.
Got to talk to the coach and make sure they figure this out. They had all the time in the world essentially to prepare for this fight. No one else, and they knew this, had a reason to make a move in that compound. And them knowing the circle, Egypt had to push down. There was no way Egypt was not going to do the winning play, which is breaching that compound. And the nades, the initial nades, ultimately that's what it comes down to, right? Either you shoot a player out of the car when he drives down, or you have the nades ready to when they hit the wall, they're just getting insta-knocked. They were not ready. I think it was 1 or 2 players max that had an angle on the wall, and these weren't even good positions to really get the nades across, right? They were really tough positions to really cook a nade well and like exploded in perfect timing. So maybe the angles were just wrong. And I hope to see more from Morocco on that initial defense. This round it's not going to happen. 146 points. The distance is increasing indeed.
The distance is essentially this game, right? The distance is 19 points now, and that's exactly what happened this game, pretty much. That's what Mauritius has been able to claw away from them. 40 points different to fourth, Madagascar. They are battling it out for fourth with South Africa, but the qualification slots, the money slots, they're locked in to the top. Egypt, they're basically champions at this point, winning 7 out of 15 games. But Mauritius and Morocco is more, it's not over. It's not over. It's more than possible to catch this up.
Mauritius now with a 4th win as well. The biggest problem for Morocco has been that first day. If Egypt wouldn't have won 4 rounds, if they would have been able to close out 1 or 2 games, and this is what they told me as well in the interview that I had with them, if they would have been able to just win 1 more round, essentially. It's not just the 10 placement points that they get more, it's the frags up until that point too. So it's essentially 15, 20 points that you're missing out on, and that's been Morocco's biggest weakness. And ultimately, it's been what I said as well. It's been Egypt that's been their biggest kryptonite. There hasn't been a round in which they haven't met Egypt on the way. And this time again, fits perfectly into the storyline that we've been saying.
Yeah.
Whenever they meet Egypt, they grab the shorter end of things.
But
and
it feels like
Mauritius is not. That's also in addition to that,
exactly.
right?
You could say, oh my God, they're just meeting the best team in the lobby. They're meeting the team that's already qualified. They're meeting the team that has 0 pressure, no problems at all. But then Mauritius comes along. They have to cross the open field way harder than what the breach Egypt had to do, and they somehow pull that off. I'm gonna say, I don't know if they can repeat this. I don't know how they got Paradox across there. I don't think that's something they will be able to pull off continuously. But in the moment where it mattered, they could do it, and they pulled it off, and they pushed themselves up that scoreboard. 2 more chances for Morocco to make it back. We're going to a short break, and then we'll see if they can do it, if they can qualify to Riyadh. Guys, don't go anywhere. It's getting exciting.
Thoughts here.
Try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far.
Two more chances, two more games, two more rounds. So no matter how you put it, we're going down to the line. An impossible win for Mauritius in the last one. Not one they should have gotten away with, but one they grabbed by the hands and made possible. You love to see it if you're a Mauritian fan. You absolutely hate to see what happened in that game if you're Moroccan.
To be honest, even outside of being a Moroccan fan, you kind of gotta hate it because that was too big of a round, to be honest. That was too big of a round to really keep the suspense in it. It's two more matches. It's essentially a win that kind of separates Morocco from Mauritius. And if Mauritius now has a big game again, there's not going to be a chance for Morocco to catch up. And we were hoping for a best of one in the end, right? So it's all going to come down to how Morocco plays this game. You might argue it's still a best of two, but it really isn't. If Mauritius now has a big game, Morocco doesn't, it's done and dusted. Morocco cannot catch up in a single game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going down to the wire, as you said as well. Top two, be reminded, top two will go to Riyadh for the World Esports Championship to represent the African continent at the global stage. $130,000 will be up for grabs there. 25,000 is up for grabs here. And one thing's for certain, I think at this point, that at least some money is secured, even for Morocco, right? Top three is in the prize pool range. That means, unless, as well, I keep on saying this, unless something obviously crazy happens, at least Morocco is up there.
It's still a heartbreak. They're not going to be thinking about these $5,000. Yes, it's a nice wad of cash, but that's not what they've come here to do. That's not what they've come here to achieve. And no matter how these last two games go, if there is a comeback from Morocco, it's, like we said, it's still possible. Or if it is, in the end, Mauritius coming away with it, somebody's going to go home heartbroken, and somebody's not going to be celebrating a third place today. If you get the 7,500 for second or the 12,000 for first, that's not the end of the world. That's not the biggest deal in the world. You're making it to Riyadh. You're making it to the World Esports Championship. You're playing for the 130,000 there, and you're representing your country, like you said. That's what really matters. That's what the teams are hoping to achieve. We have two more games for you. We're going to Miramar. We are going now. The plane's in the air. The players have gotten in. Everybody is in the plane, and everybody is absolutely gruesomely looking at this plane path. It's another one that goes so far north.
Disaster for, I think, plenty of teams, especially since we've seen a hot job in Puerto so far, and we've seen a hot job in Barcelona. None of these job spots will be able to get. I mean, they could still be gotten, but someone's going to have to contest the Impala cars. And at that point, I think it's more likely that we'll see another hot job in Impala than it is that a team makes it to Puerto Paraíso with how tough these cars really are to get inside that Impala main road. So we're going to be excited to see that happening. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, once again, two more matches. Morocco is about 19 points down from second place. They will make it to Riyadh, and Mauritius has really made the comeback happening. They look super consistent as well, we gotta say it. They look super methodical, super disciplined, but there's an argument to be made. More than Mauritius being consistent, Morocco has thrown away so many games that if they can turn around now, it is not too late just yet. And there we have it, Morocco will be landing relatively safely in Saint Martin.
Saint Martin for Morocco, but we do have a hot drop this time in Impala. It's Tunisia versus Niger, squaring off in the eastern city, well inside the circle, actually very centered in the circle. What is happening with Mauritius here, Alex? How on earth have they spread themselves across the entire circle? I'm not sure if that's strategy. I'm not sure if that's a mistake. I'm not sure if that's the nerves kicking on in. I talked to President about it, their sort of manager slash coach, and he said, the guys know it's not over just yet. Nothing's decided just yet. That's an opening, though. That's pretty good for Mauritius. Their Logic had a chance to take a player out of the air. That's a 2v2. If they win that, they're just straight back to putting points on the board.
Player landed, though. And that's going to mean, without the immediate knock, that this is only information gained, really. And wow, is Mauritius going to dodge this? That'd be super smart. I think that's one hot drop too many. And I like what they're doing. I like what they're doing. Get the hell out. They know that these two players are not in shooting range if they just take the vehicles right away. So they didn't loot anything else but the weapons they really needed. And obviously the vest and helmet they had laying around. And I said this before. I think if anything, there's going to be a hot drop in Impala. And look what came of it. It's indeed Niger contesting once again.
It's what they find themselves in time and time again. They don't have a secured loot spot for themselves. They've been struggling to get that going. Somalia is a team with, again, I want to say sparks of brilliance. It's sparks of really good fighting every now and again, but not the consistency we would want to see. And I'm still a little confused about what's happening with Mauritius this game. As long as they keep it together, as long as they consolidate, I'm all right with it. The early game is not the most exciting thing for them most of the time, so if they can keep it together, get into reasonable positions, we're okay with that. Tunisia picks up the first in the hot drop. Hammer in a bit of a 1 versus 2, but he's got some support from range. At least give him the information, a bit of covering fire, make this fight easier, make this a very winnable 1 versus 1. And judging by past experience, Tunisia, they should have this fight in the bag. They're good enough. They've got the skill. That's a good peek around the corner, though, Luke. Had a chance there. And he's still looking for it. He has to be careful about the church roof. He has to be careful about Scrub with the AK. But he's holding his own for now.
Oh, that is a cheeky angle that's now being taken by Tunisia. And together with Scrub, they will be able to take down Luke. Unfortunately, he's fought his best, but he'll be taken down as one of the first players. Flushed as well. Eagle obviously been taken down just before that. So Young and Mugi, the last two players now who can kind of keep up the torch. I want to say they have a chance in this one, but they're very split apart. And already two angry Tunisians at the staircase making their way up. And I think he's going for this 1v1 even at this point. Young has been taken down to half HP. Now two players coming around the corner. Young with one though. Maybe he's got the chance to do another one. No, but they played smart. The second player didn't have full HP, so the third one actually peaked it. So Moresto, the one to take down Young, almost would have been a double. At that point, Moisey with the 1v1. Maybe there's a chance this time around though, with the trade immediately happening. I think it's got really, really tough.
Not getting away with the best of things in this hot drop, trying to disengage now, trying to find success somewhere else. We touched on Morocco earlier. They are in Saint Martin. They're nice and safe. They're not quite in the safe zone, but they're on a decent loot spot, getting themselves the AR shotgun set up. Things you like to see. Zenkai as well, S12K in hand already, and that's Mugi found. That's the last Niger player taken out. Tunisia find themselves 4. It's another good start to the round for them. They haven't been able to get going enough today. They're at this point fighting for a 6th place, maybe a 7th, something around those lines. They're hoping to maybe even break into 5th, but I think even that is impossible at this point.
I think it is. I think it really is, unfortunately. South Africa has really made that big move happen that everyone's been kind of hoping they were going to do. But now that South Africa has really taken over, even over Madagascar, it becomes really, really unlikely for anyone to catch up. Madagascar, though, what a comeback on day 2. Got to give it up for them. I think we're not talking enough about Madagascar. Such an incredible lineup from Madagascar. Like most, even African, I think even Africans, for the most part, know Madagascar from the movies, right? So it's unbelievable that such a small nation. I mean, have you ever met a Madagascan? I haven't. I choose that one, and I've talked around. Almost no one obviously has such a small nation, but that they're still able to compete at this level.
Yeah.
And they're overtaking so many big nations as well. Just goes to show you, like PUBG Mobile esports is big everywhere.
Yeah. We've talked to their general secretary as well, and he said they essentially landed 4th in almost every single discipline that they've competed in here. And it's a success in almost every discipline. And I think it would be a success here as well. Madagascar ending up in 4th
Massive. Even
would be
fifth or
crazy.
sixth, like,
Fifth
come on.
is super,
you have
super
players
solid.
that have played PMPL there in Tunisia, and even at the very big stages, you have
PMGC players, you have
Yeah.
an Egypt squad that's
come on,
absolutely
that's
solid in Africa.
nuts.
Yeah, like I said, I agree.
Doesn't matter what happens
It's
now.
crazy. And there's been a lot of small successes like that. They just sort of fall into the shadow of this whole qualification process, right?
Yeah.
We're talking so much about who makes it to Riyadh, but you can't forget that Madagascar is playing an absolute blast of a tournament. It's so South Africa, to be honest, when you're looking at the greater scheme of things.
Couple of shots being taken by Madagascar. No one really found so far, but they are obviously gaining a lot of information. One vehicle as well being spotted in the distance. That's Marshall taking down J-Bar. Oh, they should know now that this is Morocco in the distance, especially now that Marshall has been taken down. Morocco needs to be careful of not being third party. This could be incredibly tough. We said Morocco, this was the best of one essentially for them. They need to pick up every single frag they can in this round, and it can't be a bad one. It just really cannot. If Mauritius does points, which they're expected to do, it's going to get even tougher. But look, they're decimating themselves. They're not even focusing on Morocco. It's Djibouti getting into the groove of things against Madagascar, and I think it's a 2-1 trade.
Oh, this is an opportunity for Morocco now to pick this up. The nades are coming in and out. So far, nothing connects too much, but Madagascar down a player. They know they have to fall away from this. They know they can't stick around, and you can see them hunting. Lazy peeks over the top. He would have loved to get that knock. He even over peeks the second time, but it's not possible for now. The disengage is there. Sekrom might make it into the compound if Senkai doesn't have anything to say about it. And it's a chance missed for Morocco. This could have been 4 very important frags. Remember, the distance is not that big. The gap's not that large. That could have been everything to start them off. And they're hunting forward. They're not giving up. They're not forgetting about this. This is risky business, Felix. They're cruising into unknown territory now. Marshall knows he has to be careful, but he would love to just pick up a frag.
Reminds me of day one. This would have been a day one action if they actually pulled through with that fight. This time around, as you said as well, things will happen just a tiny bit slower. They will take a little bit more time. They're more cautious of their steps. Mauritius, every single player damaged, not by enemies though, by blue zone. So don't be fooled. Mauritius is not in a fight just yet. Every team has 4 players alive in the top 4.
I'd be willing to make a bet that Mauritius is the team with the most blue zone damage. We've seen this time and time again. We see this consistently. Things like this on the live leaderboard, where the whole team is half HP because they've just been tanking blue, is not unknown to them. It's just a testament to their playstyle. They play extremely late, extremely safe in these early games, and then they come in on quiet edges with a whole lot of contention. And that's a playstyle that's really, really worked in this lobby. It's a playstyle that I'm not sure how well it's going to work in a more stacked lobby where teams survive more. Right now, already, 2 teams eliminated. Madagascar losing a member, Ghana losing a member. We've already been bleeding players, and we're only moving into stage 2. So this is a playstyle that might not always work, but it's been working for them so far.
Really has been. Egypt now entering that southwestern side. First time in the circle. I don't want to call them the African esports champions just yet, but I think it's a matter of time. I just don't want to get ahead of myself. Not that I don't think it's going to come through. It is 100% going to come true, but we have a time and a place for that. We have a time and a place, and we've got 2 more matches to decide who's going to be right below them, who's going to be booking the plane tickets, the hotels, the chance at $130,000 right next to them.
Kenya once again putting the pain out, dishing it out in style. That's, I think, a knock and a flush towards the Nigerian squad, who we had a bit of hopes for. They could come back today. They said against, they were playing for top 3 yesterday. They were playing for top 3 today. It's not materialized. They tried to play aggressive, but they've just been caught out a little bit too much. Slightly too many small mistakes is going to cost you. And this is one of them. Just caught back in, yeah, might not even be a mistake. Sometimes things happen in PUBG, but it's going to hamper their game again. Even if they clean that up, even if they close their edge out, cost them a whole lot of time, cost them a whole lot of resources. Carryman, though, finds one from range. That's an opening towards Ghana. And Ghana, remember, has already lost a player earlier. This might be Morocco going in.
Take a look and see on how many players are engaging. Looks like almost everyone is. Lazy driving across the ridgeline here. And yeah, you're right. I think it is shaping up to be that fight. 2 players from Morocco already crossed the ridgeline towards the eastern side of things. Now Lazy is engaging this one too. I don't think there's cover fire yet because the last player from Ghana is obviously still rolling up top. Nala's being spotted. He's got the advantage driving with a buggy, but he's all alone. So Lazy keeps on driving. Lazy's being shot out. No way! But both the Ghana players fall in the meanwhile. And Nell, is he going to go for the flash? He's not going for the flash yet. Marshall can still save this. The crowd is going nuts because I think they might do it. Yes, they will. Marshall takes down Nell. And it's a clean 3-0 vibe. No one's there to flash out. Lazy by the looks of it. There's one player approaching from the west-hand side, but it's only a single player at that, and he hasn't got a ridgeline to really work with. So they've done the first step. 3 points to close the distance, but man, they have so much more ahead of them.
Nell, absolute man of honor. Doesn't go for the flush, doesn't get his, doesn't go for the confirm. Tries to step it up for the big play, the big clutch. Oh. And it's not meant to be. Carryman keeps on dishing it out. That's a nutty knock. And that might be another opening. If they can reset this in time, if they can get in the cars and lob it on over, they can take this over to Somalia. Because what else are they going to do with this now? They know they have an opening there. They can consider this. But again, this is a Morocco we haven't seen on day one. This is a way more calculated, way more thinking about these fights, taking them slow, scouting them out, that kind of Morocco, and I love to see it.
Yeah. That's what we love to see from Morocco. That's been the aggression that's worked for them on day one. A little bit more is going to be needed, though. A little bit more of that. 2 chances now. It's just 2 chances left to Morocco to find the points they need. We're just about 19, 20 to really overtake them. Logic in the meanwhile being taken down. Ooh, okay. This looks way tougher than I thought it would. Mauritius being surrounded not only by Mali, but I think by Senegal in the distance as well. That's the first player being knocked, but he's being traded. Logic goes down. He's being flushed. Lucifer down as well. 2 players flushed just like that. Maybe this is the news that Morocco needed. But I'm scared that Morocco's going to use this as an excuse to once again play overly passively. And that's just not the way that Morocco has worked so far. They need to be aggressive. They need to continue to put up big points. 3 is not going to be enough. Mauritius has done the first step.
No.
Next breach comes on through. Is this going to be the end of them? I'm not sure, but it looks like it. Faker goes down. Karamogu from the other side. Paradox is 1 HP. 1 single bullet is needed to take down Mauritius. And by the looks of it, that's going to happen. Not like that, though. Surely not. Egypt does it. Paradox takes so much HP. And he's being taken down. Mauritius down and out. Nothing more to gain.
0 points in the round. This is what Morocco needed. This is what they were praying and hoping for. And this is exactly what they will get. Mali is still holding on after that fight. They're trying to close out Nigeria. It's a shotgun knock for Quilla, but he does not find any more. It's the trades around the building for Nigeria. This is massive news for Morocco, and every fan, every viewer in the arena felt that, heard that, loved that. But what can they do with it?
Unbelievable scenes. So much more to be done. I said it before. Yes, Mauritius is out, but you're not even placement points yet. It's still a long road ahead of them to overtake Mauritius. They will essentially need to take second place with a bunch of frags. Essentially 15 plus. Or take the first place, Kobo. And I think that's what they're going to aim for. It's not a perfect entry, but it's a pretty damn good one, depending on how South Africa, how deep they really want to play. There's no one really contesting them on the northwestern side. If they stretch out against that ridgeline, they can third-party every single team, even Egypt towards the western hand side of things. And they just need to do that faster.
It's a good entry. It's a possible entry. Egypt's doing what they always do, roaming around, looking for a fight. Now they see a 4 fight ahead of them, and they blow it up from range. Again, he loves to get these picks. He loves to get the freebies. And he's ruining Somalia in the process. The flushes aren't easy, and it is Senegal still in this as well, trying to claim their points. They want them. They're ours, they're saying right now. Glitch might get something to say about this, though. He doesn't in the end. Senegal wins the fight, but for how long are they going to stay in this? Look at the angles. Look at all the cover Egypt has on this. They're playing like champions. They're rolling over this once again. They're making so much space on their edge. And it's looking so easy when they do it, Felix.
Gronai doesn't need a weapon. He's taking it down with the MK14 even. They picked it up on the way there. What a performance by Egypt. But we'll get to that in a minute. The bigger topic right now has to be Morocco. Marshall gets taken down by falling damage. What is happening right now with Morocco? We gotta see how that happens.
I think they were taking so much damage as well. Yeah. All of them were. I don't know if they're in the blue.
I think they must have flipped. I think they rotated on down. But now that I'm looking back at it, they tried to breach South Africa on the northern side. They decided to go for the northern side instead of the western side. So this is actually really dangerous territory now. South Africa historically hasn't got a great statistic against Morocco in these straight-up fights, but they've got the man advantage now.
This is not an easy fight, but I like the position if you can get it, but getting there is going to be right hard. Kerryman knocked in the distance. Final boss, so lazy. Gets an important bit of cover, important bit of relief for the Moroccan squad. This should be enough to get the reses, but it's costing them so much time. It's cost them Marshall as well. And of course, there's a team that's ready to greet this as well. It's not just South Africa on top. It's already Egypt flexing on out. No matter where this goes from here, it's going to be so hard for Morocco.
3 points, I think. 3 points only is what they have at this current point in time. More is needed. Big points are needed. And look at this rotation. It might just be perfect.
Oh, falls down. That's a free pickup if I've ever seen one. And Lazy will surely take this one. Happy and thank you is what he's going to say to that. That should have been no way in hell he ever picks up this one. 6 scored now with the opportunity. Immediately gets shot in the face back. What a turnaround from Kerryman as well. And suddenly, once again, this looks all the more likely that Morocco is going to be able to get a fair fight out of this one. It's a 3-on-3 as Senkai peeks across the ridgeline. 6 guard goes down. It's the third one they've gotten that they should not have had. But instead, 5 frags and more potential here for Morocco. But look who's approaching. You said it beforehand. Egypt closing on in through the western side, and they're breaching the compound. I think South Africa is going to be the first contact.
South Africa is not standing under that pressure. Reverb taking out Egypt as well. Multiple teams that they have under their scope to this point. They're trying to close out the whole lobby at the same time. That's the level of confidence that they're working with. Senkai, though, he spotted Sully. He spotted the last South African player, and he does a good bunch of damage. Sully comes around and stays alive for now. 5 kills and a placement point for Morocco, but now they found the entry. Now they found a way to avoid Egypt as well. And they're looking to put more on the board. It's Pubg who takes Sully, but that's another placement point, and Morocco will take that.
6 teams left standing. Morocco already in the placement points. My heart is beating. I don't even want to know the BPM of the Moroccan guys. They must be sweating bullets right now, because it couldn't get any closer. They needed a big round in the perfect position to get exactly that. Madagascar on the western side, 3 players. It's going to come down to a 3-on-3.
Oh my.
He's been spotted. Lazy takes him down. That's a pickup just like that. Headshot as well over that distance. Not an easy shot to take. Yes, he's been standing still for just a brief second, but he's going to get the timing right, and they did. Morocco now with that entry, they're sure going to try to get this.
Oh my God, they're
getting
into the flow. They're getting rolling now. It's Madagascar on the other side, but it's a winnable fight. It's power in numbers as well. Egypt can't harass them because Egypt's fall into Kenya on the other side of things. This should be Morocco all the way. And once they realize, hey, there's not a lot going on in front of us, they're trying to grab angles all around us. This should be them taking the fight to Morocco, closing it out as well. Lazy gets caught, but the trade's almost there. And there's more and more damage coming in. Kerryman, they wish they had Marshall with them. They wish they had a 4th man right now. It would all be so easy.
And Marshall died by falling damage. That's got to be the worst feeling of it all, right? And this is one they can look back at as well. Sora drives to his teammate. He wants to somehow secure Pubg, but now that he bleeds out, they should get the information. This is the last player, actually, that they don't know about. So Senkai's got the opportunity to close out this fight. He needs to win it. He does win it. S12K, the M4 to get the flush.
And what are we witnessing, Koval? Tell me, because it looks like Morocco is cleaning through these edges. And they're doing so incredibly convincingly.
We talked to them before the tournament. I said, home crowd, isn't that exciting? Doesn't that carry you in this lobby? And they said, the extra pressure is not good for us. But they're not even crumbling. They're finally performing when the pressure is highest. When they've just lost the match to Mauritius. When they've finally been just slapped out of second place. That's suddenly where they pick it up. That's suddenly where they're performing and they're rolling. And it's working so far. It's a good game for them regardless of what happens. And it's another one. It's them just cleaning up everything they meet in their path. And it's point after point after point. You said they're sweating bullets, but imagine being Mauritius right now. Imagine having to watch this.
The Mauritius guys sitting somewhere close behind us. As you said, they gotta be very unhappy about this performance. Suddenly Morocco has found their heartbeat again. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes. These guys have come back in the second to last game. Mauritius could have ended it then and there. They could have ended this then and there. They were 19 points ahead, one good game, even like a 10-point game. With Morocco making 20 would mean a 20-point difference again. So almost no way to lose this for Mauritius. But Morocco has come back alive. As I've said, they found their heartbeat. 8 points already, including the placement points. They've narrowed it down to maybe like 7, maybe 6, 7 points. And honestly, judging by that position, there's going to be more coming their way.
Nigeria is going out as well. There's another placement point. Madagascar, surely, right? Not going to stay in this for that long. At least Morocco knows about them. I don't count out Egypt ever. Even as a duo, we know what they can do. But so far, it's been the Morocco story. Now they've had time to breathe, to think about what's going on. They had time to reset. Is that a good thing or not? We'll have to wait and see. Senkai, he's the man we expected to perform, and he's finally pulled it out of the hat now. Stepping up massively on this last day. There's still a 4-man of Tunisia, though. That's probably the biggest obstacle in their path here, Felix.
Couple of shots being put out. T'Challa should have been heard on that edge. So much space for all of these teams. We're approaching phase 6. Very soonly, phase 7, and you can see everyone has pretty much the opportunity to take whatever they want if they fight for it. So much space, though. And I think they're wondering at this point, have we forgotten about someone? And yes, they have. There is a player from Madagascar still alive on that edge. So they got to be careful. And I don't think he's going to be flushed out anytime soon. One thing is for certain, though. Next fight is not going to be Morocco. It is going to be Tunisia, and this is an important one as well. It might be game deciding. If Tunisia loses a player here, they lose man advantage in general in this round, and that makes it all the more possible for Morocco in return. With that damage being traded, they will fall back into the compound. It is the most centralized position, but they can't do so entirely. Again, opens it up. Maestro goes down. There's Skirp in the distance, trying to cover his friend, but he's been falling and he's been taken down. He's fallen down to his knees already. I think it might just be a tiny bit too late. He's not going to get revived, and they're surely not going to rotate out of the compound as well.
Look at this, at the same time, Madagascar's now been found. Zekrom, he's known, he's in the blue, his back's against the wall. Should be a matter of seconds until he goes down here. Morocco, another one. Thank you, ma'am. Picks it up, 9 frags and counting. As Egypt has done them a big favor at the same time. Tunisia, yes, group, good reposition, but loses a teammate in the process. You can't toy around with these Egyptian players. The molly comes around the corner. Zuxi is looking to clear things up. No matter how this goes, it should be an advantage for Morocco because they can just wait for this fight to pass and they can just wait to pick off the winners here. Again, will come over the top, and I don't doubt that he'll win it, and yes, he will. That man does not miss.
Of course he doesn't. It's not over yet, but as you said as well, this all plays perfectly into the cards of Morocco. They should close the distance now. Once again, this is not the fight that really matters to anyone but Morocco. Zuxi, what an angle that he finds. But actually, he's been carrying him and traded it out. Zuxi takes him and gives him the opportunity. Gives him that little bit of edge that he's making it happen with.
This is
I think
everything
barely short his shoulder. And
this
he's still
is
going to be able to take
everything
it
they
down.
needed.
Senkai now towards the western side, opens up the angle. He had the opportunity to fight again. I talked about this, barely had the angle, and Zuxi still was able to take him down. So I'm not sure he's not going to do the same with again.
Carryman, he's got to be a little careful, but they know they want to take space, and they want to take space while that fight's still going on. He's going to hear the steps now. Gonna realize there's a player on him. Does the rest of the squad do the work though? Do they clean up the compound? Carry man by himself. The shotgun's good enough. And it's a 10th frag versus a duo of Egypt that can't even get that res again. Can he do it? I don't think he will. The crowd is going mad at this. And they are well aware of who they want to win, Alex.
Home crowd couldn't be more happy about this one. A couple of shots being traded back and forth. It's a single player less left standing. They need to take down Suxi now to secure absolutely everything. I know he's been knocked by Morocco, but they want to be sure that they get everything on the board here, that nothing is in any sort of way possible for Egypt at this point in time. And I don't believe in it. I think the crowd doesn't believe in it anyways. I don't think that's going to be any different for any viewer at home. Egypt, backs against the wall, position-wise, should be the heavy advantage to Morocco, and Lazy is driving up towards the ridge lines. But it might just be Senkai that has the first contact.
Again with the nade. Good idea of where that car went, but Senkai's quick on the reposition. He knows that he has to dodge util here. Lazy's on a big, big flank. His angle could be absolutely massive, but he has to be careful he doesn't take a 1v1 that he doesn't have to, and he realizes as well. Resets back into the corner. Knows that he has to wait for his teammates. His angle stays massive even if he doesn't take the fight. He can wait this out. He can wait for Senkai to do the trick. Senkai over the top. Good damage done. Can he do it? Morocco! They want to close it out here and now. Again, he's done this before, but not against Morocco. 1v3. Surely it's impossible.
And it is. Morocco will take it after Mauritius has done an incredible comeback from a round they should not win. And just like that, they turn it around once more. We're going in circles here at the African Esports Championship. And I'm sweating. I know the players are. I think everyone in this arena is, not because of the temperature, because these games could not be any closer. Barely any chance, barely any breathing room for Morocco in this game. We thought after their first initial knock and the second one that was being followed up by South Africa, but they make it work somehow, some way. Rotate in for the northern side, clean up every single one. Even Madagascar had to believe in any of the Pubg gods by this point, because they knew a Morocco like this is the day one Morocco that we've seen, and no one's touching them.
They were 2 up, down the hill, low ground. South Africa had all the angles. Momo is going to have some dreams about this, how he falls down the rock. He gives them a bit of a breather. But somehow they just, every single gunfight, every single exchange, they were winning it. They didn't lose a single one. They were so clean with it this round. I had goosebumps. The crowd went absolutely mental in that late game. You have a bit of a taste of it, but all you've been seeing is the VIP area. That's pretty tame still. People in the stands will go in loud at this. Oh my. How many kills was that? 11?
I think 11, might have even been more than that. I think with
they're ahead.
So they took down Zuxi beforehand, so that was another frag on the board.
They're ahead
I was kind of
now.
worried they're not going to secure that. I know if they take down the last player, they would anyways. But I wasn't entirely sure if they were the ones to take down Zuxi, because so much stuff happened between them and Tunisia and all that kind of skirmish around that compound. But also for Karaman to push in that compound, we'll be looking at all of that in a matter of seconds. But man, what a round.
What a round. We'll be right back in 2 or 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game, we did a lot of mistakes, they played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day, we played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game, we did a lot of mistakes, they played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day, we played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game, we did a lot of mistakes, they played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
Try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
people who try to do very much to make this event
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
It's been an amazing event so far. The arena is incredible.
African domination starts here.
People who try to do very much to make this event successful.
This is the first day. We played our first match against Team Morocco, so the hoster. It was a close game. We did a lot of mistakes. They played well, and we win it pretty much.
One last time. Welcome back, everyone, to the AEC, the African Esports Championship. We are sending 2 teams to the World Esports Championship. Just after this game, it's the last Miramar, it's the last round of the tournament, and it could not be closer. It's been an absolute thriller so far. Mauritius has brought it back, but Morocco has done whatever they could in the last one to pass them again, Felix. It's a thriller, it's close, it's getting decided this game.
Unbelievable scenes. Mauritius in that 4th game, grabbing themselves around that we thought wasn't going to be possible. They made it work. They worked for it so incredibly hard. And off the back of that, you would think they'd get going. But it's been the other way around. Morocco has come back like a phoenix rising from the ashes. These guys have almost secured themselves the second place after the disastrous performance in the 6 rounds before that. Almost nothing big was really happening for such a talented roster. That was the biggest upset. Even after Tunisia just not doing anything on the first day, I think that there's an argument to be made that that was an even bigger upset than what Tunisia has played in the first day. They've come back in the second one. Morocco really hasn't, but they had enough going for them the first day to solidify their position in the second place either way. But one thing's for sure now, all that's thrown out of the window. It's down to a best of one. Mauritius with a dinner, Morocco with a dinner. Who's going to take this one, Kobo?
It's going to decide who goes, and it's going to decide who stays home. It's going to decide who gets a consolidation prize of $5,000. Nothing to be scoffed at, but not what these teams have come here to do. And it's a circle that could be slightly favorable to Mauritius, but I don't think they really are very circle dependent. They do not like to go for center positions early. They do not like to contest the most high priority spots. That is where you meet Egypt. That is where you meet Morocco. So they've had a bit of a counter play style to that. No crazy hot drops happening. I think we saw 2 teams in Azahar, but that's a pretty big city as well. That might take a while. There we have them. South Africa, yes. They want to take this fight to Djibouti. But these teams, they have had their chances. They have had their impressing moments. They have made a stance on the leaderboard, especially South Africa. But they are not competing for the same level of prizes that Mauritius and Morocco are fighting for right now.
Absolutely not. $25,000 up for grabs. It's got to be the story of this tournament. Mauritius or Morocco. Egypt has just been too far ahead for too long to really touch on that topic again. They are your African esports champions, but we're going to get to that in a minute. For now, it's down to realize that these 17 games that we've seen up until this point, it's been a 3-day event for Pubg Mobile. It's been an even longer one for the African Esports Championship here live from Casablanca. But that this 3-day event has come down to a single round. Who's making it to Riyadh? Who's going to be there end of the year? $130,000 up for grabs, all down to this one single game. And as you've said before, both of these teams have had ups and downs. Mauritius being the more consistent one, Morocco the one with the more extremes in terms of performance. But ultimately, none of that matters. Everything that matters is how you perform in that very last round.
And that's where champions are made. That's where the pressure mounts. That's where you separate the cream from the crop. The pressure's on. The pressure has been on for a few games now, but this is the last chance. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows they could have maybe defined it earlier. They could have made a play, they could have made a win work, and now they wouldn't be struggling, but they haven't. And now they're in this position, both of those teams, where they are down to the wire. No more second chances, no more games after this to correct your mistakes. Whoever takes this, whoever survives longer will take the qualification spot. It's so close. If these two teams get in a 4v4 fight, whoever wins that fight is qualified. That's how close the gap is, essentially. As we're watching an absolute convolution of vehicles in this hot drop right now. It's a bit of a messy one. Momo wants to come around the corner. Jabba knows well where he is. Djibouti, the only times we've seen them excel really has been in these hot drops, and that's a good bunch of damage coming around the corner, but he's no out of bullets. Killwise there for the trade.
Takes down Momo. There's no one there to really do anything about that, but Six Squad, having said that, still finds an opening. Really tough to really act on that one, because you can tell the distance is just a bit too much. But if Reverb now activates as well, and he does, he takes down Izzy Boy, it still becomes possible for them to win this one, despite the first entry going the way of Djibouti now. Reverb, this is a big fight for South Africa as well. They want to get back into top 4. Close to the building, he almost had the timing down perfectly, but he exits the door. There he goes. Nessa will lose his life. He almost goes for the repick as well, knowing that Jaba has got to be really, really low, but he survives with just a sliver of HP.
No first aid there, has to hit the bandages, and who else than Reverb to pull up the frags again. The man's been putting in numbers for the South African squad. He's been impressive since day one, and he's looking to do more of that now. Jaba still bandaging up, still getting the heals on through, wants to put himself in a position where he can take a bit of damage and still be in the fight. Level 1 gear is all he's got to work with at this point, and he comes around the corner for the bullets expanded. He finds one here. That's good damage done, but player in his back puts him down to 1 HP. He has to do the miracle, and he can't. South Africa, they win it, and they win it with confidence. Bit of teabagging going on. You love to see it. They show this is our place. This is our hard drop. We belong here, and we belong here on the scoreboard as well.
I can't keep thinking about the underlying importance of all of this. I cannot get Morocco out of my head. I cannot get Mauritius out of my head as well. Both these teams, every single point could decide the top 2 at this point. Every single point could change the outcome of this entire year for them. For them as players, for them as countries, for them as esports federations. And the history of esports on the African continent that has just started. It's the first big international one hosted by the Iesf, who's made that dream that the General Secretary of Iesf had for so very long a reality. It's finally here. Africa has been put on the map in terms of esports, and Pubg Mobile even more so. And if that tournament hasn't shown you what Pubg Mobile and the African region, the African continent can deliver for you, in terms of suspense, in terms of action, in terms of individual skill, then I am not sure you've paid enough attention.
It's been a blast. It's been a spectacle of esports in many categories and many different tournaments. We're just a small sliver of it, and we're at the last end of it. Now, South Africa, they were instantly taking that knock towards Madagascar. Their closest contender on the scoreboard as well, right? They want to secure their 4th place. As Slate pulls on up, SixGod wants to make things happen. He's severely outnumbered, but he has one teammate close by. The crossfire's there. The first shots are decent, but it's Sora over the top, and Sally can't save his fallen teammate. Madagascar potentially getting the better end of this, but more shots coming in from range, and they are dealing with the blue zone damage as well.
First aid comes through. Madagascar, important fight, might be one of the last ones they'll be taken if they are not careful enough. South Africa, Madagascar. This is the fight for 4th place right now. Literally right in front of us. Pubg takes down SixGod. With him going down, meets massive man advantage now on the side of Madagascar. Sully almost trades it. The blue zone is going to help him in this endeavor, but only so much, because the sidelines are really skewed. Now Pubg finds the one tree that's the closest to the blue zone, but he's not in just yet. What a nade, though. It might be dangerous for Sully to throw one back at it, but he finds enough time. It's a little bit overcooked, though.
Slightly overcooked. Where is the second player, though? Where is Reverb in this? He's been the man for South Africa many times before. He's already on 3 elims once again. But he's pretty much leaving Sully alone in this, at least from what we can tell. And that's another off-angle slave from the distance. There's Reverb finally getting involved in things. 3 first aids as well. He can tank this blue for quite a while, but it's a messy fight. Fight that's not going to have a whole lot of winners left once it concludes. And there it is once again. Nice spray from Reverb, instantly going for the confirm as well. He's making them bleed for it at least. And ruining the game for Madagascar should pretty much do the job for South Africa as well. So really can't fault him here for playing spoiler and maybe not risking everything he had to save his teammate.
Reverb, got a couple of more bandages left. That's about it. First aids, utility there, but in terms of teammates, in terms of additional support, that's all he's left with in this round. Who knows if that's going to be enough to overtake and stay ahead of Madagascar. The problem that they have had for the last couple of games in general. It's already a big accomplishment for South Africa. In general, the African Esports Championship has been amazing for them. Winning the CS2 female tournament is one of the few accomplishments of the South African country. They've performed incredibly well. Madagascar, the same can be said about them, placing top 4 in almost any tournament. So no matter where these two teams go out, in terms of representing their nations, they can be very proud of themselves.
As many countries can. We touched on Madagascar earlier, right? And we touched on South Africa plenty of times, Morocco as well. They've put up a show. Are they going to reward themselves for it? Because that's essentially what this is, right? They've put in the work the last 17 games, so has Mauritius. But who of the two can reward themselves here towards the end? Who of the two can pick it up and finalize it. Spammer taking a bit of damage, hits the prone. As these nations here towards the south, they've been struggling. Both of them have. They're exchanging a few knocks here. A bit of damage comes around the corner. Niger's the one first lose a player. As Mufasa with the mini picks it up.
Shots from both sides. As our heads, as our thoughts are somewhere completely different, we cannot deny it. It's all about these teams up there. Who's going to make it to Riyadh? Who will grab the next point on the top half? Ghana, what a tournament these guys have played as well. They've never given up. We've seen it time and time again, trying their best every single round. The same can absolutely be said about Mali. They were in the top 4, top 5 during the second day of the tournament. Unfortunately, they haven't quite been able to catch up in terms of consistency. But when they got their first dinner, that very first dinner here at this global international stage, we knew one of the big reasons they're here, which is representing their nations, but also grabbing a dinner at this stage has come true for them. And Mali, no one can really take this away from you anymore.
Yeah.
You'll show that round, hopefully, on all your social media accounts, because it's been a really well-played one at that.
Nobody can take that away from you. Nobody can take away the experience as well. What you take away from this event is entirely up to you when you're looking past the prize money and the qualification spots. Now, looking at this phase 3, love to see it. Mauritius in a really good spot towards the south. Morocco towards the northwest. Tons of information on that rock side. Egypt doing what they do best, just splitting the entirety of the circle and looking who they can pick up. But I'm interested to see if Morocco decides to go for that fight, because they have Somalia right next to them, and that is a fight they could engage, but right now they don't have all the numbers there, and they probably would want to. They wouldn't want to engage a fight in a 3v4 scenario.
Probably not. There's Egypt finding themselves some frag in Madagascar, and South Africa is going to love reading the kill feed right this very second, realizing that just one player is left standing, and they don't need any points anymore. I think unless Senegal has a huge game, I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll turn right the hell back as Lazy has been taken down. It's a knock from Egypt as well, the kryptonite so far for them in this tournament has taken them down. We don't quite get the general idea of where that frag has really happened. I don't see it happening.
In the compound.
Oh, he's flushed. He's flushed in the compound.
He's out.
Lazy goes down. Morocco down 2-3.
That is a disaster for the Moroccan squad. You can see Egypt right there cruising around this map. They're flexing out. They're not even hunting Morocco at this point. They're just seeing a player and they're going for the kill. You can tell as well. They don't need to commit on this. They don't care if they take out Morocco here or not. But they have damaged them quite significantly. And Mauritius has heard this as well. Don't get it confused. Don't get it twisted. Paradox is well aware of where that kill just happened. He's waiting for a potential fight to erupt. But little does he know, that is not something that's going to happen.
RH picked back up by his teammate. They've got the opportunity to get a couple of more frags, but they need to get him back in. Wow, what a nade by Paramore. Hits that right on the head. And there's the second one coming in. It's a little bit overcooked, but it did the job. The first one already did, so not a worry. And this rest of this team is coming in as well.
Mauritius is on the third party as well. Mauritius is already flexing out of the compound. They want to close this. Lucifer, the man's been deadly before. The man's held them in the Sanhok game earlier. That might be the points they need in the end here to qualify. And they're not wasting time. Sean caught in the open. That's a hard spray to hit, but it's a bit of information going over. They're waiting for their time. They're waiting for their moment. They know there's a fight going on. They just don't want to overstep. They don't want to be oversellers, but now they're peeking on over. There's no knocks in the kill feed just yet. It's Egypt on the other side of things that's actually getting frags, but that's the completely opposite side of the circle. Ghana wants to get the hell on out. And so far, none of these important frags have gone the way of Mauritius yet.
No, too many teams having an angle on it. Mauritius doesn't want to risk pushing out of the compound just yet. They know they have a spot in the next circle, which might be worth more than these potential frags right here. Then again, Morocco's down to play, and they know this. So a big round for Morocco gets a little bit less unlikely. But so there's an argument to be made that yes, they should push this, knowing that maybe a couple of points, even 5 points, could make all the difference in terms of qualifying. That rotation comes in. It's right into the hands of Mauritius by the looks of it. Lucifer peeks across the ridgeline. He's being shot at though. One player is being shot out. But it's only one up until this point. There's no one to support Lucifer. He has to be careful of not being taken down himself. He takes down Quilla with the right-hand peak. And there's more and more and more to be gained. He pushes it. He goes down.
That's such a risky push. He didn't need to do that, but he went for it anyways.
Sean gets the trade, keeps them in this for now. Nigeria, they're holding on to dear life. They've just have one standing right now. He hasn't even gotten the res just yet. The third party's already coming on in, and there's the rest of Mauritius. They want to clean this up. They want to close this out. It's Shy Boy falling in distance. Paramol flushed out. That's a kill stolen away. This is just going down to the numbers. Faker over the top. And just like that, 2 of these kills only go into Mauritius, but it's 2 important points. The question is, can they hold on versus Senegal here?
Biggest thing here about this is Lucifer has not been flushed. He's been taken down to very low HP, but he's not gone out of the round just yet. So they can reset, they can drive back to the compound, but the rest of the teammates, I don't think they know that Senegal's that close. Never mind me, they do. Paradox has got the angle net, which is why they're rotating and backing off almost immediately. So good reset coming out from Mauritius. And they were able to kind of cover that distance. They found themselves a new spot towards the southern side as well. How unlikely is that?
They got away by a hair. They've had Paradox in this compound for a long time. He's been keeping that free for them. But getting out of that fight with 4 up was massive. If Lucifer gets flushed there, they probably don't even engage that. They probably don't even pick up those 2 frags because they have to fall away. But oh boy, that went well by the inch of a hair. Now, Morocco is in a way better spot still, way more centralized. But Morocco has lost a member. You could almost say that's equal footing to some extent. As in the kill feed, we just see Egypt just continuously tearing apart this lobby. They've been in the kill feed almost all the time, just picking up players and players and players. But we are just keeping our eyes on Mauritius because that's just what we want to know. Does Morocco actually do it? Is it too much for them? Look at Egypt, man. They're just having fun at this point.
They're just having fun. But that's
how does he win that? How does he win that?
Yeah, I was about to say that's Trona going down. Of course he isn't. Of course he isn't. He actually takes down Finish. Again, is able to take down Momo as well. And that's 2 more points. 2 more kill points being put on the board for them. 9 eliminations. We're in stage 5. It's 9 teams alive. They've essentially taken down almost half of the lobby. I think it's definitely more than a third at the very least. And Mauritius on 2 and 4 players alive. That's the good thing about all of this. And that's the good thing about for us as viewers as well. Mauritius is right in front of Morocco. Morocco has obviously gone the long way around after realizing that Egypt is right in front of them. And they've got themselves a really good position. Now, I don't want to say there is no way to get around this compound for Mauritius. They've got the cost to do so as well, but I could totally see a breach happening if they realize Morocco's in there. This would mean qualification for them.
I think even if they don't know it's Morocco, even if they don't know who's in there or what's in there, there's a lot of zones where they will ending up breaching this compound. The warehouse is breachable, and like we said, right? Yes, sure, there is ways around this compound, but it's usually not super beneficial. It's usually something you would want to aggress. So them knowing Morocco's in there from that earlier fight is a good piece of information, but it could literally just come down to that. It could literally come down to a 3 versus 4, Morocco versus Mauritius, the hometown team versus one of the biggest surprises for me so far from a very far away island, Mauritius. But they're in the driver's seat right now. They're ahead, and they've got kills this game.
Double of shots towards the Moroccan cards. And Egypt, despite that massive shift towards Morocco, once again being pretty much the next team over. Now this shift could delay that fight that we were expecting between Morocco and obviously Mauritius once more. But it's, man, I'm down for it. Let these teams fight it out in the very late stages. Give us more of that suspense. Show us everyone else, but obviously Mauritius and Morocco, the big talking points.
Kenya
and Niger still inside the city, and they're not the only ones. Madagascar in there, Tunisia, it's a 4-way fight.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess in the city, but it's not surprising in a circle like this. There's not that much outside that you really want to be playing, so tons of teams are seeking refuge in the city right now, but it's a dangerous game to be playing, and that's Daddy OP fallen. Mugi picks up 1, instantly traded. Kenya is not going out without a fight, and they've been fighting. You can say that for sure. Now, there's a boot nade coming on out from Niger, but they have to be careful here. They could easily get singled out. The shotguns are in play. It's a good play from Jay around the corner. And just like that, he'll pick himself up a second. His teammate's there for the trade. Utopia gets himself 1, Jay with 2. And Kenya does what they do best, which is scrap away at these points, picking them up piece by piece. But this is a fight we have to keep our eyes on. Egypt is getting danger close here to Mauritius.
Circle shift happened. Sent us up around Morocco. Egypt has found themselves towards the western side. Please, if anything comes true, please let it be that these 3 teams are the last teams alive. I want to really get down to business between these teams, but make that in the later stages. Make that not just now. It would mean the deciding fight, no matter who's engaging now. It would mean this decision already on who's really going towards, obviously, Riyadh and the World Esports Championship. And I don't want to see that happen just yet. And I know you don't either.
No. I mean, right now it feels like Egypt can really play decider in this one. They've got all the space around this, right? They've still got to play up on the high ground. They have all the vehicles. They've killed half the lobby, like you said. And they are the ones that can really just decide what happens here. Lucifer, I love the off angle that he's grabbed himself. I don't know if he's known outside the south of that compound. If his angle is not known, he could really be the downfall of that Egyptian squad. But man, you can just look at these two teams right now. You can look at Mauritius, you can look at Morocco. They are just trying to survive. They are hoping to just stick in this. They're not playing anything proactively.
Dead silence here in the arena. Everyone is waiting for Morocco to get into that next fight. Maybe they'll have an advantage now. Maybe they can pick up a quick frag. Jay is rotating straight in towards it. This could mean a good pickup or dangerous territory now. Utopa has been found on the rotation. That means it's only Jay. He'd been an instant frag from the Moroccans. He knows the nades are raining in. This is utility unfortunately wasted now in this instance. That means it's going to be less utility for Morocco inside that compound, but it's still... It's still another play and at least information.
Yeah, it's still a kill, right? It's a placement you're securing for yourself, but that placement doesn't matter unless Maurice has gone out. But I love it from Jay, how quickly they're bouncing out of the building because he knows they're going to blow it up, and yet they do. Lots of util earlier in that Moroccan squad. Now they've expended a whole lot of it, and they haven't gotten away with a knock here, and they haven't gotten the kill onto Jay, who's lost his teammate in rotation. So, like you said, I wouldn't call it wasted, but definitely expended without a whole lot to gain from it. That's going to sting a little bit later on, but once again, that warehouse is going to become a contention point, I think, and that can easily get decided by gunfights as well. So whoever they frag, they can maybe pick up some util off later on, as we see. The last few Picaro inhabitants trying to creep their way on out. It's not looking pretty for either of them.
Really doesn't. Reverb solo. Madagascar solo. Both of these teams still not quite yet decided on who's really taking that fourth spot. You've got to give it to South Africa at this point. 7 eliminations, but who knows? Who knows what's really going to happen? I don't see anyone fighting in this phase, but the next phase over, both of these solos are going to get taken out. And I think at that point, it might be safe to say that South Africa's got a massive advantage because it's just going to be that single placement point difference. Unless they frag out each other, it's just going to be that single placement point. Now, Pubg is being spotted. That means Madagascar out of this one. And the only team to really now have a say in who's taking top 4 or top 5 is Senegal. And I completely forgot. We haven't taken a look at the seaboard for quite some time. Maybe with a win, they could even overtake South Africa.
We'll have to wait and see. I don't want to do the maths right now. I want to focus on what's at hand. I'm not smart enough to keep track of how many points Senegal has, especially with the points they've been able to garner this game, right? 5 elims already, 2 placement points and counting. The math's going to be tricky. The math is going to be hard. Might get themselves 5th. I don't know if they're getting themselves 4th. It doesn't matter right now. We'll see when the game concludes. And right now they have a task ahead. They still have a bit of ridgeline in front of them, but they have to work that towards Mauritius or make a crazy send. I'm hoping they work that towards the western side, but I'm not sure how playable it is. That being said, still a completely different class of terrain they have in front of them. When you look at the South African player, they're just proning on out in the open, trying to survive. He's got almost nothing. And he's going to have to try and make his way on. And look at that, 4-man proning in the compound. They don't want to engage anyone right now.
Really don't. Morocco doesn't even get close to Jay. Krona keeps on holding it. South Africa has now been taken down. Senegal with the opportunity to overtake 4 and 5 with this single frag. We might see more leaderboard switch-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't be more happy to tell you that everything is still open. We do not know who's taking top 2. Mauritius is still alive with a 4-man. Morocco has lost a player early. That might not change all too much.
Are they getting these frags?
Morocco with a 3-man might just be just as important. Mauritius looking to get its 3rd frag in the round. Metipoy goes down. It's a long-distance shot, though, to secure that one. And just one smoke could mean a good
Suxi's down.
Ooh, Suxi now has been taken by Lucifer. I'm not sure that's going to change. I don't think they're going to engage this. As now every Egyptian player has rotated down towards the west-hand side.
Oh, they get the flush on Metipoy here, which is something. But the knock on Suxi is almost bigger. That's the one that's been extended from the Egyptian squad a little bit further off to the south, right? He's gone past this. It's a chance to catch Egypt on something,
he's
catch
in
them
nade range.
slipping. The
Lucifer.
circle's pushing on in as well. They
Oh,
have to
no.
move. They have
Oh,
to put him in the
no.
car and move. This is so dodgy. Look at the shots being traded. Everybody here is so crisp.
What kind of turnaround was that, Lucifer? Are you completely mad now? He pre-fired that shack almost immediately. He was pre-aimed by Egypt, and he still wins that. He out-damages in. Suxi
barely
getting rest. Yeah, he made it back, but I mean, that was a perfect play for Egypt, right? Not even
Well
resting
done.
there. Lucifer didn't waste any nades either because he knew they were going to drive back, and he wouldn't get the shots out because someone was always going to be covering for these two players. So the smartness of these players, unbelievable in this stage of the game.
The display of skill has been absolutely mental, especially you can see it here. It's a pinnacle of this tournament. It's a 4v3v4 between the top 3 teams, all fighting for it. Egypt, the one that can maybe play decider. But you can see there, Egypt, they've been so good, but not even for them it's easy. Look at the shots coming out of Logic. Not even with 3 gear. It's easy to be peeking into this Mauritian squad. The circle has pushed them out now. They will have to start making the move onto Egypt, and they would have loved to have that flush on the board already. They would love to be pushing a 3-man right now. But we've seen them pull off 4v4s before.
Marshall with one of the strongest positions now to have a say in how far Senegal can really come. There's more nades now coming in. Mauritius is in deep trouble. They're going to be the first team that needs to move. Morocco is still a couple of points behind them, so even if they go out now, nothing's decided just yet. More nades are coming on in. The crowd really wants to see this happen. What is that? That's a red zone made by Egypt. But no one, not a single player has been dropped.
No one's going down. The nades are coming back again now, dodging around the shack. Is Morocco in the kill feed? Finally, Paradox, the first one to be taken out. Lucifer on the tree. He can't stand either. It's Egypt ruining the dreams. Faker, what can you do? Logic, what can you do with this?
Logic, last player left standing. Egypt, they clear it out. And they're done and dusted, Mauritius. 3 frags is all they get from this round, including the 5 placement points. And Morocco still standing, make that 4 placements because Kenya has still found a solo somewhere inside this circle. Obviously, Jay is still alive. And Morocco now with all the chances, but Morocco needs to make frags happen. If Egypt takes down every single one, I don't think they can overtake Mauritius. I think the placement points will not be enough in that decision, especially with Mauritius getting 3 frags.
They've got to catch up at least 2 more, right? We don't know how many points they have to catch them in, but they've got to close the gap at least 1 more point. That's the minimum. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3. We don't really know. Jay is still alive and kicking in this as well. He might be a factor come the later game, but Senkai might have an idea about this. He's already pulling out the nades. They should know. They fought him earlier. They should know he's here.
Phase 9. Be reminded, ladies and gentlemen, phase 9. That means Suxi's going to have to move into the very center of it. Senkai's got the best spot in the circle right now. Morocco has got the position to make this happen, but it's going to need so much. Suxi be found!
Marshall takes him down, 4 shots, and not a chance in hell he's going to be able to cross the distance to get revived. They equalize things. Morocco, they're on the brink of making something magical happen. 2 frags now. They just need 4 more.
They just need to do whatever they can. Don't forget about the solo. Do the impossible. They've lost so many fights versus Egypt before. This is the one that counts. This is the one that decides it all. The crowd's going mental in the background. They know what they want to happen. But it's a lot easier said than done. So many angles for the Egyptian squad. It's going to get so hard. The Blues already on their back.
Couple more seconds until Egypt is going to have to move. Couple more seconds. First shots are coming in. Again, has found the first bit of damage. Who's really going to be able to get the first one? It's Senkai going down. A couple of shots from J2. Senkai, Marshall, both not. Carryman suddenly the last player standing. Is this the qualification being taken out of their heads? Jay goes down. It might change everything. But in the end, it's Egypt plowing through 2 eliminations. 2 eliminations and a 2nd place. That means 8 points. And Mauritius has got somewhere in that distance as well. How fast was that ending? Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know who's going to win this. What I do know is that Egypt is your African esports champion and the very first one to do it as well.
Oh my God. How has Morocco stolen the show with that game? Nobody knows what's going on at this point. Egypt, they're celebrating. They are African esports champions. They deserve it. They're on stage celebrating, but everybody's wondering and nobody knows. Is that enough? What a better team to close it out as well. What a better team to take the last game of the series. But I have no idea. I don't know. I do not know. They got one more placement point there at the end. They out-survived Kenya.
JJ went down just before that. Thing is, though, they have not gotten a single frag out of that entire fight. And Morocco, unfortunately, falling short then the very last one might have just cost them the qualification. We'll have to wait and see. But as we said, we got to give it up for Egypt. The most consistent teams, the most dominant team, the most experienced team coming into the African Esports Championship. And they've had one hell of a performance. It's been dominant from start to finish. They've not had a single bad day. And these guys are celebrating rightfully so. They will take the lion's share of the $25,000 that are up for grabs here at the African Esports Championship. More importantly, they get a chance at their $130,000.
And how deserving so.
Up for grabs at the World Esports Championship in Riyadh later this year.
Nobody deserves it like these four guys, all their staff around them, all the players that have come here. Oh my God.
I'm seeing the production already running towards some of the crew.
Egypt is winning this one.
Kobo, I think it came down to a single point. And I see a couple of Moroccan guys cheering. I see a couple of... Oh, what? You can't see it, but Morocco has done it by 3 points. Mauritius takes the 3rd place. What a turnaround.
It's come down to the very last game, but Morocco in the end will be going to Riyadh. 2nd place, grand share of the $25,000 will be going into the Moroccan pockets. And I don't think the crowd could be any happier about this one after that disastrous day 2.
Wow. They do it in the end, 168 and 165. It's an absolute heartbreak if you're Mauritius. It's so devastating. Even in the last game, they hold on so well. They survived so long. But it's not enough. We have a different scoreboard on our screens right now. It looks different than what we have on the main stage.
But it's the same essence of it. 176
but they're 4 ahead.
Mauritius in 3rd with 172. They will fall short. I got a feel for them. They've been having one hell of a tournament. They're shaking hands right now. You can't see it, but I'll tell you. These guys are having one of the most intense tournament feelings they will ever have, potentially. What an amazing tournament.
What a tournament. What a tournament. Crazy stuff going on. They could not be more happy. They could not be celebrating. This is esports. This is what it's all about. The crowd losing it in the last game as well. And Morocco celebrating their squad right now. Yes, Egypt won it. Yes, Egypt ran away with it. But look at these guys. They're happy with it. They could not be less ecstatic right now. Everything is forgotten. Everything that went wrong in this tournament is done and dusted. Heartbreak for Mauritius. But it is the individual prowess. It is that individual fragging power they showed, especially Game C at 17 was the comeback. The last match just closing the envelope. Getting themselves the tickets stamped and making their way to Riyadh. We will see them at the World Esports Championship representing their nation again. They got 4th last time. They'll see what they can do again. We'll have our eyes on Egypt, but we are sending Morocco as well. And look at them. Admins have to be careful not to let too many people on stage right now. They're making sure that this is not getting all too crazy. We've got all the higher-ups as well congratulating the Egyptian squad. They deserve the most of it, as everybody else is looking at the presenters. We are going to head it over to the host, Flanker, together with my colleague Felix, to walk you through the rest of the evening. It's been a blast. It's been a pleasure. They're ready to stand on stage and walk you through the rest of it.
أشياء داخل كالعادة أراضي المملكة المغربية والله لا يكفي أن أكون فخورا بهكذا إنجاز. Very proud as he is. Watching that last game, knowing it's going to come down to just a couple of points, you've got to feel for everyone. And before I'm going to congratulate Morocco on qualifying towards the World Esports Championship. Got to give it up for Mauritius one last time. What a performance they've shown us. And reaching that, a country that can't really play on that tournament, which has been there for just too big. They've got plenty of points running. Pubg Mobile Esports being one of the biggest esports games just generally in that region. And if anything, I think that scoreboard shows us exactly why. 172 points. Yes. Indeed, it is a great performance for فريق كندا الجبار. أداء لا يصد ولا يرد من كل الفرق وكل اللاعبين. ولم نكن نتمنى الاختتامية أفضل من هذه. منتخبين عربيين بالمقام الأول وأفريقيين بالمقام الثاني. تأهل هنا من الدار البيضاء. مركز الأول لمصر الحبيبة ومركز الثاني لمملكتنا المغربية الحبيبة. والله للأمانة سعيد. Translating this very quick, I'm very happy that we had such an amazing event in esports in Africa. We had a huge lack of events, but this is just the beginning. We heard before, it's been a dream putting Africa on the map. If you've been here, Casablanca, but I think that doesn't even matter that much, even if you watch from home. I think it's by the passion that everyone here in Morocco has had for esports in the last 3 days. And I couldn't be more excited to be part of it. All I'm saying now is, I'm waiting for winter. I'm really to bring esports back to Africa. And next year, of course. That's what they promised. They promised definitely that's not going to be the last event وهذا الوعد الذي اجتمعت عليه كثير من المنظمات واتت به اليوم وقالوا له هذه مجرد البدايه. قالوا فعلا انه هذا مجرد الايفنت الافتتاحي هناك ايفنت ثاني وثالث ورابع وخامس. كل هذه الايفنتات لا تحلو الا بمواهبنا العظيمه. Our great talents that were given them a golden opportunity to show and also showing what Africa has to give. One of the last couple of games I said before, I want to congratulate Mauritius first of all, but the second team to qualify towards the World Esports Championship we are facing this year will be Morocco. The whole crowd, in case you haven't heard it from the podcast already, has been more than happy with that, let me tell you. What a performance. It came down to just a couple of points. I think, personally speaking as well, I think it really determined where we react. It is actually. That's a great chance to become world champions as well. Of course, nothing is possible, nothing is impossible. It always depends on how much discipline you are and how much consistent you can get. So you can reach your dream, and of course we have here. لدينا مشاهدينا الكرام الفائزين باللقب القاري ولقب افريقيا.
you.